begin our school board meeting for the month of November. At this time, we would ask that we would stand for a moment of silence and the pledge of allegiance. And at the same time, during this moment of silence, we're recognizing that today is Veterans Day. And do we have any veterans in the audience? Just raise your hand. So we salute you, sir, and all the others who are listening to us. So at this time, we will observe our moment of silence. Let us now have our pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. We have some board members who are joining us electronically, and at this time I will be reading the statement for electronic. Oh. According to the Amherst County School Board Policy DDD, a school board member may participate from a remote location due to a medical condition or personal matter that prevents the member's physical attendance with the approval by a majority vote of the members present at the primary meeting location. In order to offer this opportunity to the remote board member, a quorum of the board must be physically present at the primary location, and arrangements have been made for the voice of the remote participant to be heard by all. Do we have a quorum of the board at this time? We do. Mrs. Bird, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, she did respond verbally. Seeing that we have met both criteria stipulated within the policy DDD, at this time I ask for a motion from the board that Mrs. Bird be allowed to participate in this meeting remotely with all the rights of discussion and voting afforded to her.
So moved.
We have a motion by Ms. Thompson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded by Ms. Thompson and Mr. Terry. Unanimously, do we have a vote of approval? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. Ms. Berg, you here?
Thank you, everyone. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, here we go. At this time, board members, I would ask at 1.02 that we have an approval of the agenda or an amendment. Ms. Thompson, do you have an amendment? You want to add?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I'd like to add a closed session at the end for personnel reasons.
Okay, we already have a closed session. We're adding addition to that for personnel. Do we have a motion for that? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. With that said, we need to approve the agenda again, right? That's where that is. Okay, now we'll ask for approval of the agenda with the amended motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the agenda with the additional closed session.
Okay, all in favor? You need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I'm gonna get it together in just a minute. All right, at this time we have something wonderful here, 2.01, Dr. Arnold. We have the board to stand.
This time I'd like to invite Ms. Terry Baumgartner and family, if represented. So we're here tonight to present a resolution of respect for Mr. Alan Baumgartner, a beloved school board member emeritus for Amherst County Public Schools. We are today comforted in the knowledge that Mr. Alan Baumgartner lived a full life in service of others for the sake of not only his family, but the students and community of Amherst County that he served throughout his service as an Amherst County board member. Whereas Mr. Alan Bumgarner was appointed by the Amherst County School Board of Supervisors on Tuesday, August 12, 2014, to serve District 3 of the Amherst County School Board. And whereas Mr. Bumgarner's first meeting was held at Amherst County High School on Thursday, August 14, 2014, in a joint meeting between the Amherst County Board of Supervisors and the Amherst County School Board for the presentation of the School Efficiency Review of Amherst County Public Schools. And whereas the leadership and support he provided the Amherst County School Board during his tenure on the Amherst County School Board is to be acknowledged and applauded. And whereas Mr. Bumgarner served on the Amherst County School Board from August 12, 2014 until June 30, 2016. Whereas throughout his service to the board, Mr. Bumgarner contributed to the Amherst County community by being a representative and advocate for students. Therefore, be it resolved on this 11th day of November in the year 2021 that we embrace this community in their bereavement and remembrance of Mr. Alan Bumgarner, School Board Member Emeritus.
Thank you, Dr. Arnold, for reading that, representing us here at Amherst. Just like to say, we don't want to wait till the board, this old meeting is over. Ms. Bumgarner, we enjoyed working with Mr. Bumgarner, and we sorely miss him, and we love you so much. Thank you. Thank y'all so much. At this time, we're moving on to public comments at 3.01. There are comments concerning school matters. No additional public comments will be available at the end of this meeting. I do have a list here, and Natalia has informed me that she has a little clock over there that will be going off. My first speaker on my list is Mr. Bill Cox. You will come forward, sir.
I'm Bill Cox, 1249 Lexington Turnpike, Amherst, and I'm here for the Amherst County School Bus Drivers Association. Since I spoke to you last month, the media has just been full of school bus systems nationwide facing driver shortages. One group in a neighboring state was complaining about their low $15 an hour starting pay, and I had to chuckle because you'd have to drive a bus 13 years here to get to $15 an hour. And while pay is our primary concern, and I think some other drivers are here to talk about it tonight as well, I could probably come before you with a different need for the Transportation Department every month well into 2022. And I'm going to speak on one tonight, though, that I've spoken to you about before, and that is air conditioning the buses. We are 20 years into the 21st century, and everything is air conditioned these days. We don't even notice it. Your car, your house, your place of work, also your bus drivers' cars and homes, but not our place of work. I received a new bus this year. It's nice, no air, but there is a thermometer. And one day in August, sitting at a stoplight in Madison Heights, I read 121 degrees on that bus. Do you honestly think your drivers, conditioned as they are to air conditioning these days, can be at their best in that kind of heat? We are soaking wet from our own sweat when we finish our 2 to 3 hour shift on the bus in the afternoons. The students aren't there as long as we are, but they've got to be miserable. If you think it's just August, think about how often you turn your car's AC on even now. The day of last month's school board meeting, I saw 101 degrees on that thermometer. And even this week, I've used the air conditioning in my car every day. And this is November. This is a workplace and safety issue, not a luxury we're asking for. The students would benefit from less dust in the air, less noise, fewer allergic reactions, and passing their sweat to each other can't be healthy, and they can't keep their hands off each other, especially the little ones. There is a reason that air conditioning is required on special needs buses. I'll leave you with this. I was talking to a neighbor of mine just after school started. He's a farmer who has, by the way, been driving air-conditioned tractors since the 1990s. He asked how school was going, and I mentioned the new bus and naturally its lack of AC. He looked at me and said, "The school buses aren't air-conditioned?" I just smiled and said, "No." To which he replied, Well, they don't think much of you folks, do they? I didn't know how to answer that. Thank you for listening.
Gail Martin.
Good evening. I'm Gail Martin, and I live at 111 Franklin Creek Road, and I am a bus driver for the county as well. My reason for speaking to you tonight is for I need you all to know the stress that our department is feeling. And the reason that our department is under so much stress is a lack of enough bus drivers. We're human and we're exempt from illnesses and family emergencies. On a daily basis, we are all stepping up to the plate to help out in each way that we can. As drivers, we do our own routes, and then we have to do somebody else's route as well. Our mechanics are driving morning and afternoon frequently. We even had one of our secretaries who has a CDL to also have to step in and drive us. Our director, Ms. Campbell, has had to jump in a van numerous times to cover the routes that are from people that are absent. You may wonder, why are we so short of drivers? Well, I'll tell you why. It is not an enticing position to be a bus driver, unfortunately. As Mr. Cox stated, we have some days unworkable conditions. We have to be at work very early in the morning. We are pre-tripping a bus before 6 o'clock, most of us, in the dark, in the rain, in the wind, extreme cold. We go home and we come back to work in the afternoon, as Mr. Cox has stated. Some days it's unbearable. It's like being inside of an oven. Also, if you do not park your bus at home, you have to drive twice a day to work, not once. We have to deal with unruly children, traffic, and angry parents at times. These are just a few of the reasons that of things and duties that we have to do. Back in the day, we could attract and retain a lot of drivers. And the reason for that was, back then, retail, businesses, and fast food didn't pay the money that they're paying today. And that is one of the main reasons why we're so short of drivers, is the low salaries that we pay. I realize that you cannot take care of all of our cons of our position, but you can help us out by looking at our salaries and considering our condition for your drivers. Thank you.
Jeff Porter.
Hi. I'm Jeff Porter, 478 Woody's Lake Road, Madison Heights, Virginia. I'm here for a couple of reasons. One is I have sent to each of you board members a letter and some documents with it. And I sent those also to Dr. Wells as well as Dr. Arnold. So you all have that document. My concern is for the health and well-being of our children, our young people, as well as for people in general in regards to what this vaccine does. There is a tool that the CDC set up. It's called VAERS. It's the Vaccine Adverse Effects Reporting System. It is to report and to monitor effects of COVID-19. It is the only means by which doctors report such cases. And the doctors who have reported such cases have not been given feedback from the CDC about their particular case. On October 8th, the number of deaths from COVID vaccine was 16,766. On November 15th, it was 17,128. On October 22nd, the number of deaths was 17,619. There are other categories listed in terms of life-threatening events, hospitalizations, number of office visits, etc. Secondly, OSHA is no longer required or is taking any reports of adverse effects from the COVID-19 vaccine. This means that the scientific research, which is dependent upon data, is not being acted upon. The vaccine that we have, as well as the booster, is targeted for the Alpha variant, not Delta. Because there is a real likelihood that the mandate for children 5 through 11 will be implemented, I am concerned for these children. 94 children in this age group have died from COVID.
Mr. Porter, your time is up, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'll read, we have this to read though. John Justice.
Copy of the policy for tonight, the KN policy for each of you. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to staple. I'm Dawn Justice. I live at 125 Garland Avenue, Amherst, Virginia, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Dear Chairwoman and other school board members, I come tonight to challenge the safety of changing our current sex offender registration notification policy, KN. Why are we making our policy less safe by removing restrictions and reducing the compass of said restrictions? So our old policy said violent sex offenders were not allowed to be present at school or at school functions. But if we look at the last page of our new policy, it says it makes 2 exceptions for that exclusion. It says a student who is a violent sex offender may be allowed on campus. That brings to mind Loudoun County. And others who got court orders to allow them. I'm not certain how someone who is a registered sex offender, a violent sex offender, can get a court order to allow them at school functions. Why are we shifting the responsibility of notification from the elected school board to one individual, the superintendent? Why are we removing the title sex offender and crimes against minors and just calling it the registry? That makes no sense to me. Why have we deleted from the original policy that we have in place right now, procedure established by the Virginia Department of State Police? This is our #1 authority for enforcing safety in our communities. When our schools are having trouble with violence or abuse, who do we call? It better be our local law enforcement. Why have we removed the responsibility for each school to request the notification of registration or re-registration of registered sex offenders? Also, our current policy asks those schools to check the zip code and contiguous zip codes with our schools. Why are we creating less accountability? We are stronger together. Please see the current policy, KN. The reason for having a policy on such a subject has been removed. In our current policy, it starts with this. The Amherst County School Division recognizes the danger registered sex offenders pose to student safety. Therefore, to protect students while they travel to and from school, attend school, or are at school-related activities. This is our reason for having this policy. Perhaps this is why we are facing this situation. Maybe we have forgotten the danger sexual offenders pose to children in general, especially in schools where there is such a large grouping of minors and fewer adults per student. Is it possible that the leftist agenda promoting behaviors such as advocated in All Boys Aren't Blue, or if there is mutual consent, is incest okay? I'm not making up these titles. Please vote against this. Let's keep our kids safe.
That was the end of the names that I have on my list. Was there anyone else in the audience who need? Yes, sir.
I'd like to speak, please. Some bedtime reading.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, sir. Sid Starosen,
What, give us
360.
your name.
I'm just doing that. Sid Starosen, 362 Peters Hollow Road, Monroe, Virginia. Good evening. First, let me offer congratulations to our newly elected school board members. You have some important work ahead of you, and I wish you well. Also, thank you to our veterans for your service and sacrifices. Elections, as you know, have consequences. Our governor-elect has pledged to eliminate critical race theory from our schools. That means so-called equity lessons, cultural competency, social emotional programming, social justice programs, anti-racism, and so on. Our Attorney General-elect has promised to enforce the law and has expressed a particular interest in public school issues. When each of you took your oath of office, you swore to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and to faithfully and impartially discharge all the duties incumbent upon you. Employment discrimination based upon race is unlawful, blatantly racist, and an insult to the multitudes of people who fought to end racial discrimination in this country and in this Commonwealth. I first called attention 3 months ago to the hiring of an unqualified teacher at Amherst County High School in 2020 based upon skin color. Hearing no denial or any public acknowledgement, I again raised the issue at last month's meeting. Another month of silence from the school board and administration can lead to only one conclusion. You broke the law and have conspired to keep it quiet or cover it up, hoping that it would go away and assuming that Richmond would have your back. Since the employee in question would not reasonably even consider applying for the position until the following year when she was to graduate, it seems probable to me that this began with recruitment by the principal, followed by enablement from human resources and the superintendent, and consummated by a school board member signing the employment contract on behalf of the board. I have provided each of you with excerpts of the Virginia Constitution and statutory law, along with your own policy statement on employment discrimination. Please note on there that Virginia's Attorney General can bring a civil case against those involved in this sort of matter without the need for an aggrieved plaintiff, such as the teachers, parents, and students affected, when such matters offend the rule of law in the Commonwealth. I would humbly suggest that you consult your attorney as to the veracity of what I have stated. Board members, this happened on your watch. It would demonstrate integrity and faithfulness to your oath of office if you would bring this matter to a resolution before the current term ends. What would that look like? A full public disclosure with accountability for each of the individuals involved. Please do the right thing while that option is still available to you. Thank you and good evening.
Are there any others who'd like to address the board at this time? Seeing none, we should close our public comments at this time. And moving on to 4.01, we have some policy revisions there. Is that Dr. Wells or Dr. Arnold?
Make sure my mic is on. Madam Chair, members of the board, we have in front of you the 4.01, which is the policy revisions. This is a second read. And we haven't had any questions, and if none, then we would ask for these to be put into approval. Thank you.
And I think it's important to note that KN was a first read last time. The other sex offender policies were second read last time. So just want you to know that this one is here because it was not taken off after the first read last meeting. So y'all have to do something with that.
Board members, a conversation?
Madam Chair, I think it would be important for us maybe to discuss each one of these individually, if that would be okay.
Okay. At the pleasure of the board, Ms. Thompson said we discuss it individually. Okay. Mrs. Berg, can you hear us okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just checking. All right, Ms. Thompson, would you like to start us off with whatever comments you have? We'll go right down the line. Will you start with K, N?
Well, for KN, I was wondering why that one came back up again today, or this week. I know that we saw it at first on June 10th, and then we pulled them so we could get additional information from the attorney. I believe we had a second read in September 9th meeting, and I believe it was on there. And at that time, in October, we had it presented to us again, and I think there was confusion. The subject line of the memo did not include KN, but when you open the memo and you're reading, it did include KN. So I know I made the motion last time that we not approve the sex offender changes, the proposed. And I know that carried, I'm not sure unanimously or not, but I do know that it passed the board. So in my mind, I've already made that motion, and I thought the board had already not approved KN. For whatever reason, I don't know what everyone else's recollection is. We can always vote on it again, but I don't understand because the attorney said that KN and, what was it, KNA go together and they're consolidated. So why would we have one and not the other? So when I made the motion, I believe when we voted on all of them. That's my opinion.
Dr. Wells, would you like to explain that?
So as far as the policy itself, what we need to realize, and we can change the verbiage, but the policy from the VSBA, the state has moved away from where they represent it. So we have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 offenders. So what's in the Code of Virginia is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Our policy, the current policy does not have them listed as tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So if we have an offender by the state, they're listed as a tier 1 or a tier 2 or a tier 3. Our policy does not match with that. So our policy says violent sex offender, but the state law now says tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So we need to make sure we're consistent with what the state is coding these people as, so we can make sure our policy is consistent with that as far as the verbiage, if nothing else. Because we can't have one policy, the state saying they're tier 3, but we're saying there's something else because that does not exist anymore. So when somebody gets convicted of a sex offender, then they're not, we have to make sure we're matching what the state has. That'll be my recommendation. So whether we adopt this policy, or you want us to rewrite something and change the verbiage of our policy to match the tier 1, the current policy to tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, so it is in alignment, I would recommend that if you're not in favor of going with KN as the new policy. Because we're not in alignment with what the state has as how they recognize these sex offenders.
Well, how did we approve KNA? If
You
that,
didn't.
We didn't.
You didn't.
You did not.
Remember last,
well, we stuck with that one with the old verbiage.
And we're not in alignment there either. But I didn't bring that up last month because after I read it, that was after the meeting that I brought that up. So we really need to think about the verbiage to make sure the verbiage is in alignment with either tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So we're in the same thing. We can adapt it to do that. But I would recommend that we are in the same verbiage so that we're consistent with the state and how they're identifying people, whether we adopted the SBA policy.
Is there, understand what he's saying? We did not approve it last week, 2 meetings ago.
I think, Madam Chair, my recommendation would be that we do not approve KN tonight. We can always table it until January and have a discussion about any rewording that we may need.
Is that the pleasure of the board to bring this back to look at again? You said in January, not in December? January, is that your thought?
Well, we could bring it back in December, but I believe that a work session would be helpful if we were to look at verbiage, and we probably won't be able to have one until January.
Ms. Berg, I'm sorry, you said something?
Yes, Madam Chair, I also was under the belief that, that KN policy was done with last meeting. But due to the recent election, I would like to recommend that we actually, sorry, my throat, that we actually do not change any more of our policies until after the administration change, and that would be on January 15th.
What? Well, I don't know if I'm going that far. You talking about all the policies that we have to look at tonight, or just this one?
I'm talking about all the major policy changes because everything's going to be changing as of January 15th, and there's going to be a lot of changes coming down. A lot of these regulations or restrictions are going to be thrown out, I believe. So I just would like to put a hold on further policy changes until we get recommendations coming out of Richmond after January 15th.
Well, the chair speaks tonight on the occasion of KN, and the board here, Ms. Berg, we're gonna, I'm not necessarily saying that we're gonna wait till January 15th to approve all policies, understanding your concept on that, but at this time, I need to see if the board is willing to, you wanna table KN and have a work session on that. Dr. Wells, bring back some new language, is that the pleasure of the board? Ms. Thompson?
I think somebody has to make a motion to table.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that the pleasure of the board for us to make that motion?
I don't think you can make the motion, then you.
You know, we can table it though, right? Is that what?
To make the motion.
Call the chair,
Make
yes,
the
what I'm
motion
saying.
first.
Well, that's what I'm saying, we have to make a motion, yeah.
Madam Make the motion, then we talk about
Teresa?
Madam Chair, you can table the motion, you can table action on this item, or you can delay taking action on the item.
Okay.
And the difference is if you table it, the person who makes a motion to table has to also be the person who removes it from the table for discussion and for action. So a recommendation would be to delay taking action on this policy until after, until the board chooses.
Okay. Is that sounds good. Is that the pleasure of the board, what Ms. Crouch just said?
Well, I think Ms.
Well, someone has to make a
Thompson-
motion.
That's correct.
Either
That's
table
what
or
I'm
delay
saying.
it, and if it gets second, if it gets a
I
second,
understand it goes, yeah.
then we can talk about
All right.
it before we vote
Ms.
on it.
Thompson?
I make a motion that we table it.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Till now we, yeah, let's give it, is anyone oppose that?
Aye. To carry.
Yes. I know, I'm just thinking about something. Okay, until January.
Until
Yeah, we-
Ms.
yeah.
Thompson brings it back.
on? What we gotta do, Sweet?
Y'all have 4 policies in front of you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that's
You
why I
just
said
tabled
moving
one,
on.
now you have 3 more, and you'll
Yeah,
have
that's
to
why I
make
said
those
moving
decisions.
on. Has the board had time to review the other policies?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any discussion, or can we just approve those? Second reading.
I'd like to discuss GVM.
All right, let us pull up GVM. Maybe sometimes I need to read them again. Yes, ma'am.
Overall, I feel good about the changes that we see here. I know one of the reasons that we wanted some updates was so that a third party could be in with the person who's doing the grievance, and I think that's been included. The only comment I have, well, there's 2 of them. One is I know there's supposed to be an abbreviated document that was to be handed out. Has that been created or attached to this policy yet?
So, I turn it off or on? It has been created, yes it has. It was created with all the others. And it is not attached to the policy. It certainly can be. The revised procedures are attached to the policy, and we have a one-pager, it's actually front and back, that I believe I reviewed with you prior, but I did not include it this evening as a part of the policy, but I'd be happy to do whatever you so choose. We boiled it down into a front and back, one-pager at the time it was requested, and it has been completed.
Okay, is that good? Enough? You speak enough?
Yes, I hate to table it because I think that we need that third person in there as soon as we can get it, but, or to delay it, but I would like to see that document. So I guess if, for me, if we could approve it tonight, that would be fine, and then maybe bring the document back at our work session, make sure that we're getting our eyes on that.
100%.
Any other questions of this particular policy? from the board? Can we look at the, we said we was gonna vote on them one at a time, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve policy GBM.
Okay, we have a vote of approval for that policy. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have properly moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Policy's been adopted. Moving on to IF. The board have any discussion or questions about that policy?
I do now.
Okay.
On policy IF, I think we've come a long way, and I want to say that I really feel like it's shaping up well. I have a couple of comments I'd like for the board to consider. In order, I mean, if we're going to do this, I want to do it right, and just cross our T's and dot our I's. So one of the things that I was as I'm reading it at the beginning, it says that there is a need, you know, if we have a need, that curriculum will be developed. So I don't see any accountability in place for identifying that need. Like, who will establish that there is a need, by what criteria, by what process? You know, so for example, it's determined by a needs assessment, maybe presented to the board for approval pending a public hearing. I would just hate for us to just say, okay, we've got a need to do this, just dig in, use all of our human resources, financial resources, to create a curriculum. And then we don't have any public review until the end, and then, I mean, we've been through this before. We don't want to get to the end in which we had done something at the beginning. So I would like to see us maybe adding something on accountability there at the beginning. The second place that I see something that we could do to maybe just ratchet it up just a little bit is under committee responsibilities. It says that the norms will be used as guidance for the work. So we're looking for shared norms, which is something that we've asked, and I think that's in there. But perhaps we could say that these norms will be shared with the board publicly before work is begun. And again, just trying to get on the front end, if the norms are shared and they're part of the development, and then it gets out in the public, to me, we want to see what those shared values are before we start the work. So I'm just looking at those two things on the front end. And then maybe on the back end, when we do public review, maybe identify how we're going to communicate to the public that it's going to be a public review. And not just, I mean, we're not saying specific, could be just a website, but there's people who don't always look at a website, so we may want to include the newspaper. I just know county policy quite often spells out with the modality in which it would be shared. So those are my recommendations.
So as a matter of procedure, we're going to have to vote this down because this is the second read, and then instruct us to come back with further changes for a first read.
Okay, Madam Chair, I make the motion that we do not approve IF or IFR.
Have a second?
Second.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? I'm opposed because I've read it a couple times and I thought I saw all of those things you just mentioned, but the motion carries. We shall bring this back with rewriting.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we continue work on IF and IFR.
I think you could just direct. I think you could just direct us to do
Yeah.
that.
Moving on. Policy ADBCA. Let's look at that. Any comments, questions, or discussion? Second read. If not, I'll entertain a motion to adopt this policy as the changes were made. The last one.
Is it AD or ADBCA?
Both.
Both of them together, both of them together.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept AD and BCA as written.
We have a motion on the floor, Mr. Terry, do we have a second? Second. I probably moved in second to accept this policy as written. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Policy carries to be adopted as written.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
may I ask that we bring this policy back with us in January when we are doing a work session with the new board?
ADBCA,
AD.
oh, just AD.
AD.
If the minutes reflect the comments. We're moving into our, I'm sorry,
Could you clarify that? We just passed it.
we passed it, but
And we just said,
I'd like to just bring it back for discussion in January.
oh, okay.
I don't know if you, I mean, we could probably discuss policies at any particular time, but at this particular time, the board has approved this one, so we can come back to discussion. We're now looking at our consent agenda. Has the board had time to review this thoroughly? And if there are no discussion or amendments, we will ask for approval of the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I have one change to the minutes.
Okay. That's okay.
Ms. Thompson, that needs to be removed from the consent agenda and
Right.
voted separately. So if you'll make a motion to remove it and discuss after the consent agenda.
Okay, Ms. Thompson, would you like to make that motion to remove the
I
minutes?
make a motion that we remove the minutes from the consent agenda.
Okay, do we have a second to remove the minutes at this time?
Second.
Okay. Probably moved in second, we shall remove the minutes from the consent agenda at this time. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
So now we approve the consent agenda?
Yes.
Yes. Now I'll ask for approval of consent agenda with 5.01 removed.
Madam Chair, can I have a discussion on 5.02?
Same thing.
Same thing, take it off.
All right, I move that we take 5.02 off of the consent agenda for discussion.
And Ms. Thompson, is it about a particular person or,
I'm going to use numbers.
okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. It's been a motion on the floor to remove for discussion 5.02. Do we have a second?
Second?
Okay, we probably moved in second to remove 5.02 from the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so now we shall go back. Let's pull my screen down here. To the minutes. Is that correct? Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
Thompson?
In the minutes in 5.05, there was a conversation about discipline in our division. And during that time, I made a comment about trying to consider the board's, a discussion with the board about character education and shared values. I know we had a conversation about mental health lessons and social emotional lessons. And I made the comment that I wanted to have the board discuss adding character education and developing our own curriculum as opposed to just grabbing hold of the Virginia Department of Education's. That was not reflected in the minutes.
You can do this one of two ways. You can say that they'll be added, and you can approve the minutes based on that addition.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the minutes based on that addition.
Properly, motion on the floor that we make an addendum to the minutes from last time. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I tell you, we take care of that. Thank you so much. And we're going down to personnel, 5.02. And we shall pull that up, Ms. Thompson, and your concern there or your thoughts there.
Yes, I just want to talk about number 2. I noticed that there are no credentials listed on that one, so I would like to have that one pulled, or at least we could consider moving it until after the closed session.
Okay, number 2.
And then number 4, perhaps discussion on salary.
These would be in closed session, you're saying? Yeah, they'll have to be, okay. All right, anything else on the 5.02?
Madam Chair, if you would like to wait until after the
Come
closed
back, I can
session
do the whole thing,
and
yeah.
then come back and you can either approve or not approve
All
the
right.
personnel report.
Thank you, Ms. Parliamentary. Is that okay with the board?
Yes.
Come back out of that discussion. Any other discussions on that particular item, 5.02? Okay, so, moving on. 6.01.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, members of the board. We'll come to you tonight to first talk about the auditorium and Amherst County High School renovation, the addition of the high school. So in the past, since the past meeting, we've had a community meeting where we had a kickoff meeting where we streamed the plan out to the community. We've had 2 community meetings, one at Amherst County High School and one at Manelson Middle School, to allow the public to come in and give input into those design aspects and the conceptual plan. We met with the committee this past week, our committee this past week, and to kind of take that information we've received from the community and others and staff, and to kind of consolidate that down into a conceptual recommendation. We have Mr. Josh Bauer here with us tonight, who's going to discuss those aspects with you, and also look at the financial implications of the project. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Bauer.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I approach and give these guys?
Uh-huh.
Absolutely, sure.
Yep.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
This is also what's on the screen, so. All right, good evening, everyone. I am Josh Bauer with Crabtree Warbone Associates Architects. Can everybody hear me okay with the mask on? Okay, great. As Dr. Wells said, we had several community meetings along with meetings with the committee. So tonight what we're going to be doing is discussing the current concept, and all this is a concept, and the potential phases, and then what the cost implications of each one of those phases are. Okay, so we're going to talk about, so for the agenda for this evening, we're going to talk about phases 1A through 3, the proposed project cost, and then also to kind of give you an update on the master plan schedule. Okay, so phase 1A would be the new auditorium addition along with the commons. For those that are familiar, this would be over top of the, we'll get into a little more in depth, this is over top of the driver's side area. Phase 1B is the cafeteria addition renovation for the food court and kitchen. Phase 2 is to renovate the existing auditorium space and CTE spaces. And phase 3 would be going outside to the creating possibility of a softball and baseball field house, along with the renovations to Lancaster Stadium. Okay, so looking at the overall phasing plan, let's see this first. Great. So looking at the overall phasing plan, in red is phase 1A. So this would be a auditorium addition, along with a main commons area addition connection to the gymnasium. And this would be located adjacent to your existing main gym and auxiliary gym, along with, while we do not have the costs, we also are showing the potential for a parking lot, an additional expansion parking lot on district-owned property. Phase 1B is in blue. That is renovation to the existing kitchen. Phase 2 is in pink, and that is renovation of your existing CTE space along with your auditorium. And then phase 3 would be looking at potential renovations to Lancaster Stadium and also the possibility of a softball, baseball field house. Okay, so as we now get into the phases, looking at phase 1, as I said, this would be an addition. So if you, to try to keep it simple, this would be an auditorium addition along with main commons. So now let's blow up the plan into a larger format. So now this is rotated, so this is your existing gymnasium and your auxiliary gym, and this is your existing kitchen. So just to keep it relational, and this is your current driver's ed area. So what we're proposing would be an 1,100 seat auditorium, along with the addition of 3 classrooms and a storage / black box room. So your auditorium would be 1,100 seats. We would have general seating in the main area and then kind of stadium seating in the back to try to get the best line of sight. On this stage, we would have prop storage, prop area, along with dressing rooms. And as I said, we would have the adjacent classrooms, which would be an instrument room, kind of a band room, if you, for what you will, along with a theater space, a theater room, a vocal room for choral, and then I said a storage / back box space would also be included in that, along with the quarter. The other part about this is that we'd be creating a lobby. With this addition, this lobby could function as after hours, it could function as a lobby. During hours, it could be educational space for large group and small group instruction, along with a dining room, depending on what we do with phase 1B if that were to move forward. So the other part of this is that this connects your existing gym lobby, makes your existing gym lobby larger. So that way, I said, when you're looking at both during hours and after hours space, it really allows you the most amount of freedom for use of those spaces. And with the simplicity of closing 2 doors, this separates your theater arts, your gymnasium, all those spaces that could be used after hours from your school function. So that way you can have this open for the community in the evenings and the weekends, and have it, and with simply closing 2 doors, we'll be able to separate the rest of the building from those spaces. So this is phase 1A. This is, if you can think of phase 1A as the auditorium and commons addition. So here's just some images, and again, this is a concept. Here's some images of what the exterior could look like, with the auditorium being on the right-hand side. We have the ability to create a new secondary entrance. So this could be the after-hours entrance, and along with the, you can see on the left-hand side, it would be the storefront, the glass for the main commons. And this, So one of you have several challenges with your current dining room. One is, if you've been through it, and we did have a community meeting in that dining room, this is multiple rooms. So you do have some challenges with the line of sight for teachers and aides to be able to kind of monitor what's happening. You also have no daylight in that current space, and the room is undersized. So this would help to create a new space that could be used as dining space, and it's also for large and small group instruction. So this would be a shot from the, basically with your stadium chair back, looking across the street, and you can start to see some of the glass that would allow lots of daylight into the dining space. Now as we go inside, this is looking at that entrance, kind of that secondary entrance, what it would look like on the inside. So dining space, and so this could be used for after hours, for as lobby space for your gym and your auditorium, along with entrance to the auditorium. As we now go down, this is what the hallway could look like. You have an opportunity for this to be a Hall of Fame, to be able to celebrate the achievements of the high school, and that could be everything from athletics, football, basketball, to performing arts. It could really be celebrated through putting trophies and other awards in this space. What's also nice about this is it's a space for for lobby space for the gymnasium and the auditorium. And this is also where all of your toilet rooms would be, is off of this space. So toilet rooms, concessions, ticket sales could all happen in this corridor between the gym and the auditorium. So these are some images of what the auditorium could look like on the inside. So we're looking at about 1,100 seats. Where this image is taken is from your your stadium seating in the back. Your sound booth is actually right here, and then you would have your main auditorium seating in the accessible spaces, which would be in the front of the auditorium. Now, as we kind of flip the camera around, this is looking from the stage, looking back, so you can see us at your main seating here, your stadium seating in the back. Some functions to try to keep this as flexible as possible is that we would recommend putting folding partitions that would allow the back section of the auditorium to be split off. That would allow greater freedom for you to have school functions. So as an example, if you wanted to have testing on one side and in the seating and still have functions on the stage, you would have that freedom to be able to create as much flexibility as possible. So classes could be on one side, or you get multiple classes on both sides of the folding partition. So as we go from phase 1A to phase 1B, now we're kind of focusing on renovating your current dining space. Your food service folks have done a fantastic job with what they have. So if you've gone and you've had the dining experience, or your children have, right now the challenge is there's multiple locations for those food court places. And what our goal is try to join all those together into one space. So students would enter into one single room, which would be a food court, grab their different dining options, come through one point of sale and be able to go, not only will this increase speed for the students to be able to grab their food and sit down and eat, but also it really allows your food service folks to be able to be more efficient in their design. So with this option, what we're looking at is adjacent to the new dining room or your common space, we would have the food court, which is currently your kitchen. So the idea is that we would take your current kitchen, renovate that new food court, and then renovate some of the existing dining spaces into a kitchen. What our goal would be is to limit the downtime, because one thing that is a challenge is having a kitchen that is offline for your high school students or any students. So what we could do is create the new kitchen. Once that is operational, let's go and renovate your existing kitchen, so that way you always have an operational kitchen to be able to feed your students. And then your existing dining room, what we could do is renovate that into classroom space. Would actually create 4 great classrooms. One of the challenges that you currently have is that you have, so I believe, world language classrooms that are located down here, and they're really tiny. So this would allow you to have some normal sized classrooms and be able to maximize the functionality of your current space. So phase 1B would be to renovate your kitchen, create a new food court, and then convert your existing dining room into classrooms. Okay, so here's an image of what, as you're standing in the dining room, now your back is to the front, to the secondary front door, and you can see the food court relocated right here. So students are going in, they're grabbing their food, and they're coming right back out through the point of sale. Okay, so phase 2 would now be looking at conversion of some existing spaces. So as the new auditorium is created, your existing auditorium, which seats about 450 students, we have an opportunity here to repurpose that space. So some options could be CTE space, some options could be some other secondary spaces like black box, could be some other opportunities for that. The floor is sloped, so in order to create this as CTE or the classroom space, we would have to flatten that, but it's not unheard of. We've done that in the past, and it is something that we absolutely can happen. Along with renovating of some additional, to those 4 classrooms that we talked about, repurposing your existing dining space could be renovated, and also some additional CTE space. So this option, phase 2, would be to repurpose and create additional educational spaces, including CTE, inside of the high school. So as we look at phase 3 is now moving outside. So now this would be making improvements to Lancer Stadium, which is, I continue to say this, but I really do mean it. It's a beautiful stadium. So what can we do to enhance that and make it even more fantastic? Some improvements could be looking at ADA upgrades, making it more friendly for those folks that have some physical challenges to be able to get from the parking spaces to their seats, both on the lower and the upper level, along with being able to make it easier for those folks to be able to get from the seating over to the toilet rooms and also to your concessions. So we're showing just some accessibility ramps to be able to get you, and so what our goals should be, just like we talked about with the auditorium, is making sure that we create as much accessibility as possible for students, for parents, for grandparents. As I said, I've got the unique opportunity last year to have my oldest daughter was a senior. I got to see a lot of parents who would come out onto the athletic field, and grandparents. And for some folks, it is a challenge. So what can we do to make it more friendly for not only athletic events, but also for all those other additional special events that we put in our stadium? And then the other part of phase 3 could be looking at the addition of a field house between softball and baseball. Right now, you do not have any toilet facilities located in that area, so we would, in order to do our best for equity, amongst all the different sports, if we could create a facility that has boys and girls toilet rooms for adults, for your players, along with additional space, it really would enhance, as I said, both the baseball and softball, in that space. So we've been looking at the addition of a new baseball and softball field house. So as we're looking at costs, these are total project costs, and so one of the challenges that we often see in our industry is when you're given numbers, you're only given a construction cost. And, oh, by the way, you've got this cost. Oh, by the way, you've got that cost. What we're showing is a total project cost, including our estimates for all of your fees and permitting, and costs for commissioning and all those costs. So what we would at this point, probable cost for the auditorium addition, which is phase 1A, is the auditorium and the Commons addition, is about $11.5 million total project cost. So that's everything in. Phase 1B, which would be the cafeteria renovation, that is the food court, the dining room, and those 4 classrooms. We have it estimated about $2.2 million. Phase 2, which is a CTE classroom renovation, we have about $3.2 million. And then phase 3, which is a stadium and renovation in the new field house, we have just a little over $2 million. So all in, with all the phases, we have it at $19.1 million for everything. What we understand is that there are always limits to any budget. With working with your administration, we came up with option for phasing, so that way it wasn't all in. And so the idea here is that, to try to knock this out and say, if we're looking at how we can tie things together, phase 1A and 1B have a relationship. So if it is possible to do those 2 phases together, it makes sense. But we understand that there are budget limitations. Phase 2 and phase 3 really are very independent. and have no relationship to phase 1A and 1B. So those could be done either before or after that phase, if that makes sense. I promise I'm almost done. So as we're looking at the master plan, so we've had a lot of fantastic community meetings. They've been wonderful. Folks have been coming out and sharing both the things that they were excited about and things that they were not excited about. So that we've had at least 3 of those. We've had facility committee meetings, which is a host of a whole bunch of different folks. And tonight we're presenting in front of you, kind of with an update on where we stand with our concept. And then after this meeting, we're going to be going back and talking to the facility committee at least once or twice. And then our goal is to then present this to the supervisors with the date to be determined. So with all that said, I'm going to stop talking for a moment. And if anybody has any questions for myself, Dr. Arnold, Dr. Wells.
If you have questions for his plan or what they've done so far, remember this is not the design phase. This is the master plan.
I'd like to thank you for the work. I did get to come to one of the meetings and see some of the proposed things that would go in it. It was exciting to see what it could be. I'd be curious, several of the things, you have several options of things that could go into, like the auditorium. How do you come up with that was a pretty accurate number when you looked at, what was it, 12 point or whatever, it went out to a couple dollars. So, I mean, I wonder how you stick to something like that when you're not sure what's truly going into it.
Well, the good news is we've done quite a few auditoriums, so we do have a pretty accurate cost of what that could be. And you're right, there is going to be some contingencies in there because there are things we don't know. So the type of seating do you want, or do you want things that lift off, and right, those are options. What we expect is that the cost that we provided is very reasonable. So if there were things that were well exceeded, that we can always do those as an alternate. And then if the budget, our estimate is low, then you can always choose those as an option. So if that makes sense. It is very early on in the process, but we do have some contingency dollars in there because we know there are going to be things that move as we go forward.
Did you, maybe I missed it, but did you show a duration of projects? How long it would take to complete each phase, roughly?
I did not in this presentation, but if we were looking at the overall, so the auditorium addition, we've been looking at anywhere from 12 to 16 months, is a reasonable time frame for construction. Now, design-wise, we'd have 6 to 8 months, and then as the construction is probably between 12 and 16. The cafeteria, we are very limited on that. So what we would recommend is that we would construct a new kitchen, and then maybe that takes 3 or 4 months. But we would only take the existing kitchen down, so that way we always had an operational kitchen. So overall, we're probably talking 5 months. The field house and the work at the stadium could probably be done over the summer, and the same thing with phase 2 is that those could be done. The CTE renovations could happen over the summertime.
Gotcha.
So we're probably talking 2 to 3 months.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So a couple things that we need to be able to do to move forward. So Mr. Bauer was hired to create this master plan, and he has fulfilled that portion of his contract by presenting this. For it to go any further, the school board has to decide what you would like to move forward on. And when you determine that, then you have to decide, you have to instruct me to go to the Board of Supervisors to discuss with them our needs in terms of a financial commitment. And so I think that might be a conversation that we could have right now if you'd like to have that conversation.
Well, what's up? I went to all your presentations, so I'm good. I'm good with the presentations. Now we got this nice little figures here, but we need to give Dr. Arnold some type of direction. We're conversating.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am?
I had one question. I was wondering how much money do we actually have right now with all the grants we've been receiving to actually put towards the project?
Yeah, so Ms. Barb, we currently, if we are looking at the CARES Act funds that we have dedicated to this, the CIP funds that we have to date, and also there's an HVAC grant that is available to us as well, which would be a part of this because there would be HVAC work. And then also the dental clinic. And if you add all of those things up, we currently have $8,967,000 to go towards this project, the school system. So for
Can you repeat that number one more time for me, please?
$8,967,000. Just for your purposes, if you look at 1A and 1B together, that's 13.8. So for example, if you were to say, we would like to proceed in that direction to do 1A and 1B, then we would have to ask the Board of Supervisors to fund $5 million to cover that portion of the project. And then, of course,
Do you have, I'm sorry, do you have any idea how much of a tax increase that would mean for the citizens?
that's the Board of Supervisors. That's what their decisions would have to be.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I know I went to one of the meetings that you did and a wonderful presentation, and you said you've been to all of them. What type of feedback are we getting from the community? I know we have some things on our website. So I guess I would ask you, what are some of the number one comments that you're hearing? How much participation are we seeing from the citizens?
Well, I thought the meetings were well attended. We always want more folks to be able to attend them either in person or digitally. So some of the comments we received, most of it was positive. A lot of comments were folks were really excited about the expansion, the community use of the space. I think the comments. So the one comment was a gentleman wanted to make sure the windows were energy efficient, and we said yes, that they would be energy efficient. I should have written down the comments. Most of the folks were really excited about the opportunity for a space, especially to see as many folks, because you really don't have any space in the county that would equal this. So it really, and with the easy ability to separate this from the school, is it could be much more friendly for community use. Right now, your current auditorium has some challenges with the ability for that to be used and kind of separate that for evening purposes. But I believe that the majority of the comments have been very positive as we went through this. Plus, the other exciting part was that the theater arts, music, and choir folks were all at the presentation, and some of the changes that we made to the design were reflective of those comments.
And also the ESSER 3 grant that we produced August. That's been up for 3-4 months now, and we have asked community to comment on that. And at this point, no one has commented on the construction part.
And I would add also that most of the comments were more looking at the design features of the auditorium, not from a negative standpoint that they didn't want the auditorium, but just what can we do to really get input into what the design would look like, where most of the comments were in our meetings, at least in my conversations.
One of the questions that I had was that you said for the $8,967,000, that was incorporating CARES Act, HVAC grant, dental claim, as well as our CIP funds. So that's pretty much going to take away all of the flexibility that we have to move forward with some of our CIP.
Well, this is in our CIP. This
Right.
is the
It's
the big
a
part of
piece
that.
of the big
The whole
plan.
CIP.
But some of those things that we need to do at some of the other schools, will we still be able to do those?
Not until we get our CIP built back up. And if you remember, you had a CIP plan that you guys approved a year and a half ago. That shows the timeline. Now, we're also not talking about normal operational maintenance and operational, because we put that into our operational budget, if you remember that.
And the expenses of our buses are in our operational budget now, correct?
Correct.
Any other questions for Mr. Bauer first, though? So he can relax. And then we can decide what direction we want to give the superintendent. What are our choices, Dr. Arm, again? And our choices, what is your direction?
There's no more movement from Mr. Bauer and his company until there's a decision made to proceed. Now, if there are other things that you guys need to proceed, I need to know that.
Mrs. Terry?
Well, I like it. I mean,
Excuse me? I just wanted to state that I would like to know before proceeding further how much of a tax increase that would mean for our citizens.
Ms. Berg, I know that Ms. Wilkes, their finance person, has been working with Mr. Rogers to see the type of funding that they could come up with and whether all of it would be a tax increase. At this point in time, I am not sure what their plan is, and we would know more if Dr. Arnold could present to the Board of Supervisors, and then they could come back with, yes, we can do the $5 million, or no, at this point in time, we do not feel that we can proceed with the $5 million.
But then that would have to be a comment, a public comment portion with the Board of Supervisors. So if they were to say they would like to commit to that amount of money, then they have a process they would go through with the public regarding funding.
I'm curious, as we've heard several people mention the school buses tonight, if that was something that could be done, what cost would it be for air conditioning on buses to be retrofitted, or, I mean, I don't even know if it's possible, I'm just asking.
We've given out that several times.
I think it's 8,000.
It's roughly 8,000 to 12,000 per bus.
Per bus. At how many buses?
70.
70 buses. 560. $500,000, is that what you're saying?
Give or take.
Yeah.
Is right? Comments? That's what we're doing right now, comments. Good. Ms. Thompson, comments? Oh. So, I'm sorry, hold on. Ms. Berg, more comments?
I'm just thinking about what I believe was what Mr. Terry just stated, and also, we have bus drivers that are in desperate need of a raise, and also custodians and cafeteria workers and our teacher to aides, and I'm just concerned, putting on this big addition when we have other needs in the community. Which is not fully funded.
Mrs. Berg, the funding that we are utilizing for this project cannot be used for salary increases. If the board wanted to do the retrofit of the buses, then that could be done out of the construction. However, increasing salaries cannot be used as a part of these funds.
Just looking. I don't know all of them, but don't some of them have a horizon on when they need to be used also?
Yes.
Well, CARES Act, yeah.
Here's
Yes.
that.
Ms. Thompson? But Ms. Berg finished, I didn't even cut her off. Ms. Berg, anything else?
I'm just making everything over. I apologize.
Okay. Ms. Thompson?
Well, I definitely think that we need a new auditorium, and I thought that this was a great opportunity for us to have, to look at that. And I don't remember the exact price tag, but I wanted to say it was closer to, we were looking at about 8-9 million when we first started this process. So that means it's doubled. So if our community feels that this is a good project, I do think that our community and our schools would benefit from it. So don't mind moving forward with it. I'm a little cautious of spending all of our funds out of our CIP because we have work to do and don't want to just leave that empty. I also think that we need to be looking at, if we don't air condition all the buses at once, at least to start a plan to retrofit them. But if we're spending this much money and we're going to be looking at some of that, then I think that we could maybe even incorporate it. So I would be in favor in at least moving forward and seeing what the Board of Supervisors could do, but maybe, seeing if we can negotiate how much we would contribute and how much they feel they can contribute. I don't know that I would just say, I'm going to take every penny that we have at this point. I'm open to a
Yeah,
conversation with
I'll
that.
let y'all.
No, I agree. I don't think now's the time. I mean, I understand everything of concerns. Not trying to, completely take every amount of money out for this. But I've listened to some people the other night. If not now, which is the auditorium, then when? I mean, if we don't begin that now, and we saw the prices, as Ms. Thompson just said, the prices have jumped since the last time we even thought about it. And then we do have the CARES Act, CIP, HVAC, dental clinic, and then of course it still rests with what the Board of Supervisors will say to us. But I think we have to give it a go, a try. And all the comments, as I heard those 3 nights, and I agree, we didn't have as much participation from the community as we expected. But those who did come out, Ms. Bell's correct, one gentleman was talking about all the glass, the windows being efficient, and we answered that, they answered that. And then another concern was just the layout of the auditorium. They want one, but they might want to change where things are in there. But no one that came out that I heard, I was just listening, said, don't do it, which was good. So I think just giving a go, and they say step out on faith and see where we are, and see what the Board of Supervisors is willing to do for us. And if it can't happen, then we can at least say we tried. But to not do it now, not to strike a little bit, I think would not be good.
Madam
But
Chair.
that's just one thought. Yeah.
And if we're gonna have to go to the Board of Supervisors and ask for $5 million, I don't think the Board of Supervisors, if they're gonna turn us down, they're gonna turn us down for $5 million or $5.5 million. So if we were able to take some of the funds that we had and start putting it towards some of the buses, that's $500,000 that we're gonna take up out of the money that we would use here. Be another $500,000 that they would have to get to us from the Board of Supervisors. Like I said, I don't think if you walk in and say, I want $5 million or $5.5 million, that $500,000 is gonna be the deciding factor for them. They're either gonna say yes or no. I mean, I think we're on the line there. That's out of our control. I would like to see us proceed, but I'd also like to know that we're taking care of what we truly have going on right now, mainly the buses and that kind of thing.
Dr. Wells, you gave us some figures. Let me just sidetrack or sidebar. We talked about the air conditioned buses, what, about 6 months ago maybe? Had that discussion
Yes, ma'am.
in one of these meetings. Can you bring back at the next meeting some more details of that, either you or Mr. Ruggs?
Yes, ma'am. I'll have it for
I
you.
think we have it somewhere on my table in the cards or something, we have that information.
I'll have you updated numbers by December.
Okay, but probably the price have changed on that as well?
Yes, inflation. Just look at the gas thing.
Okay.
So here, based on what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
Say, so there's roughly gonna be $2 million in our CIP.
Okay.
Right. So if we were, say, only use 1 million of that on the construction project, then we are at 7.9, and then you ask the board of supervisors for 6
6
million
million.
to get through 1A and 1B. If they don't want to do that, then the very least we can get just the addition and nothing else. So that would be 1A. And that leaves you $1 million in your CIP to continue to do other things.
Well, yeah, I mean, I want this auditorium as much as anybody in this room. I think everybody has seen it serve its purpose, do what it needed to do, but it definitely needs upgrades. I'm just hesitant of doing it without making sure we got everything else taken care of first. So if we have to ask for 6, I think we have to ask for 6.
So I'm gonna need y'all to tell me exactly what you want me to ask. I have to represent you.
Okay.
Mr. Terry, what says did you do out there?
Excuse me?
How much you say you want to ask for? I said, Mr. Terry, but.
Well, if,
I guess let's start here. Do you just want to work towards 1A and 1B? Maybe that's the first question you want to answer.
yeah, because otherwise you're asking for $10 million.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say we would stick with the 1A, 1B for now. Like you said, the other projects are separate and can be done on their own terms.
So you could say we would like for you to take 1A and 1B, the Board of Supervisors, with a commitment from the school board of $8 million.
We would contribute
Yes.
$8 million.
And then ask them to contribute the remaining of the project,
6,
which would
whatever
be
the number was, yeah.
roughly $5.8 million.
Would there be benefit to also just saying, like, there's 2 options? There's option 1, the other option is that, you know, in the process, if they find out that there is a lot of public support for all of this and they wanted to do the whole package, that would be
Yeah,
an
well,
option as well.
and well, see,
Don't
that's the
limit
reason
them,
why
but-
Mr. Bauer put it in phases like that, because really the only, I mean, each one of those things can happen on its own. Now, I will certainly give them the data that says, if you wanna continue through the project, then it's gonna be X more, and then they just have to make that decision if they want to move down that road. But we can't get him to even start on 1A until there's a commitment and we can hire him to start the design process. But the 2 and the 3 and all of that can happen at much later times. They could happen 10 years from now.
So 1A and 1B, you had mentioned that you have time constraints on using the money. If we set up a project and we dedicate the money to it, does that constitute using the money, or do you have to have it spent?
We have to have it spent, but the auditorium construction itself, which I would believe would be the first thing to happen, would take all of our CARES Act that we were committing to the project first. Right, so that would come off the books well before the 2024 deadline.
And the money in the CIP was $2 million, we would contribute $1 million.
That has no time constraints.
Right, that's ours. Okay.
Can I ask one more additional question? I know that we've dedicated some of our CARES Act funds to work with supervisors on internet access. Is there any more of our funds that are required to help us move forward with that project, or is it sort of to the point that the Board of Supervisors has taken that and in planned out phases? In other words, this isn't going to prohibit that.
I believe, according to the broadband committee that met, I think they have allocated approximately $2.5 million toward that project. And at this point in time, we still have not spent the full $100,000 that we committed year before last. So Ms. Wilkes knows that we need, I'm sorry, Ms. McBride, knows that we need bills by December for $200,000 and $200,000 at the next time that they cut the bills.
That's the CARES Act 1 monies. And so we are just waiting on the board, the county side to give us the bill so we can pay it.
Okay, but have they made any gestures that they needed more money from us to help with that?
No, with the broadband.
Right,
No.
okay.
And then, of course, the $50,000 came from the GEARS money, so we would have fulfilled the full $450,000 that they gave us.
Okay, thank you. Well, Madam Chair, I feel like, we can move forward and at least present phase 1A and 1B to the Board of Supervisors like Mr. Terry recommended. I also think that we need to hold a little bit of that money back, so we can work on buses or what other need we may have.
Is that the consensus? Is that the consensus of the board, that we would give Dr. Arnold direction to move with 1A and 1B and yet hold back the amount? Was that exactly? Just for the minutes.
$1 million. It would-
$1 million.
We would be committing $8 million.
Okay, we would be committed to 8 million. Is that, someone want to make that motion? Or do we need a motion for you to move ahead or just
I think if y'all
tell you to
agree on
go?
it, I'm good.
Okay, is that all right?
Yes.
Okay,
Ms. Bird?
she did.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear what we have recommended to go ahead for Dr. Arnold?
Yes, ma'am.
You okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
all right.
Quick
Yeah.
question. So we've already said we would put aside $1 million. How can we get a plan together to, how we would handle bus upgrades?
So we could probably have something to you by January.
Okay.
So I'll have numbers as far as what those costs would be, cost estimates based off the most updated information from from Sonny Merriman, and get some ideas there, and just give some rough ideas where to start, and you just have to have ideas where we are on that.
Thank you.
And I will be meeting with Board of Supervisors on Tuesday. That, I asked them if I could get on the agenda, if I could get commitment out of the school board, would they allow me to be on their agenda, because we want to do this. We want to get that in front of them as quickly as possible so they can make their decisions, so they can have public input as well.
That's afternoon or evening?
I think that's tonight.
I think that's 17.
7 p.m.?
That's my understanding.
What day is that?
Tuesday.
It's coming up Tuesday.
Anything else on that? If not, we're moving on to,
6.02? Yes, ma'am, 6.02, want to give you a little update on our COVID numbers. So currently, right now, we have 5 employees who are positive, 8 that are currently quarantined. We have 19 positive students and 218 that are currently quarantined. So to just give you an idea, our numbers are increasing again. I think the post-Halloween little push here has made our numbers go up a little bit. You'll see our community numbers have also increased in just the general community. So they're not at a point we can't function, but they are going up a little bit. And this is about the time frame last year we saw them going up a little bit. So we are keeping an eye on that and just seeing where we end up. We have Thanksgiving with a lot of traveling. We have the Christmas holidays with a lot of traveling. So it's a matter of just monitoring where we are. But we do need to understand that we're not out of the woods yet, even with stuff that's going on, but we are seeing our numbers creep back up a little bit. We did have an outbreak on the B-team football team. We've had 5 positive cases related to B-team football. Their game was canceled Monday night because we had to do the positive student, and we had to, that was their last game, and stop them from playing. Since that one student tested positive, we've we've had 4 others test positive in relation to that program, or in connection with that individual student who did test positive initially. So that's been reported to the state. It's on their website, and that information is out there for the general public, so I want to make sure you were aware of that. So I did, Ms. Wright did ask me for some numbers after last month's meeting, and I want to share with you. She had some questions about the number of students we had quarantined and the numbers of positives and so forth. So we have quarantined, as of November 3rd, so this is not including the most recent numbers, but as of November 3rd, we had quarantined 1,159 students due to an exposure in school. We had 175 students and staff that were quarantined. Of those that were quarantined test positive. So about 15.1% of the people we had quarantined from exposure at school have tested positive as of November 3rd for this year. So if we hadn't quarantined them, I think we would have had a much higher transmission rate in our buildings, but getting them quarantined out of the buildings did keep it from getting it spreading so fast. But again, we've roughly, 1,160 roughly, and 175 students and staff that were that had a exposure at school did test positive for about 15.1%. So, any questions on our COVID numbers? All right. So the other quarantine information, I also want to talk about the, I kind of combined 6.02 and 6.03 together, but you know that the OSHA mandate that's coming out, the release came out saying January 4th we had to be in compliance. There's been a stay on that in the 5th Circuit, so there's a stay. We've received some information that says we need to have our stuff planned to the federal government by December 5th. But then we also had information from the DOE and from the state stating that it's a stay and just hold your horses for now and don't have anything prepared. So what we're going to do just in the short term is identify ways. We need to know how many of our staff are vaccinated versus not vaccinated, just because that's a requirement at some point. We're going to need to know that information. So we're going to start working on a plan to work with our staff on that. Because if the mandate is pushed through and it is approved, then we would have to either, if they're not vaccinated, they would have to be tested on a weekly basis. Which we're still working on those ideas too, but we don't have a plan for that because we're just waiting to see what the actual requirements are going to be, because we don't know what the requirements are going to be yet, other than some type of testing for those who are not vaccinated. But we do need to get our numbers, a good set of numbers on those who are and those who are not.
Dr. Will, you're saying the staff hasn't been polled whether they're vaccinated or not?
No.
Okay.
We have not done that. We know which ones we vaccinated last year.
Replace, yeah.
Right, we don't know outside of that, or new staff members, et cetera. There's been no push or no move requiring students to receive a vaccine. It is optional for students, we have no intention of asking for that. So just so people who are concerned in the community, that's a parent choice, unless something comes down from the federal government saying something different, that's where we're going to be. There's a parent choice on that.
Okay. Any questions on COVID mitigation? Thank you for the hard work. Moving on.
So again, I combined 6.02 and 6.03 on the quarantine information. So the next is 6.04, which is student suspensions, and that is at your place. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer. Or it's on board docs, excuse me. Rain.
The rain. All right, 7.01.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, you have at your place the budget monitoring reports, revenue receipts, enrollment information, and the budget summary by object code. Please note, we will continue to monitor the fuel line, which is object code 6008, currently $78,000 in the red. We believe the shortfall can be covered with the electrical policy of 5101, which has approximately $207,000 in it. Based on the information with enrollment, We are down approximately 100 students, and that is based on both private school and religious exemptions. I have contacted the Department of Education to see if they will adjust our enrollment loss when the final numbers come in, and they have, their response was, no loss funding for 22 serves as a mechanism to provide stability due to changes, and no loss payment adjustments are required based on the March 31st ADM. So I believe when we submit the March ADM, they will adjust our enrollment loss. We will know more about that when the governor presents his budget in December. Also, we have a couple of projects in the maintenance department that I've asked Mr. Roach to hold off on in the event that it does not come to place. But we will continue to monitor, and I will be glad to answer any questions regarding this.
What maintenance projects are you looking at putting on hold?
One is a dump truck with approximately $66,000. Another one, we are scheduled to do the bathrooms at Central Elementary School this summer, and that's approximately $150,000. And then we will just monitor all of the other lines until we get further assistance from the Department of Education.
In your enrollment loss, what are you expecting to get?
That is, well, as you know, when we did our budget, we received approximately $688,000 in enrollment loss because we lost from 2021 to 2022. I would assume that we probably will get close to that same amount.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
One quick one. Do we have any statewide figures on enrollment loss?
No, ma'am, but I can try to find that out. I did talk with some of the areas. Some schools are finding enrollment loss, and some are being stable with what the governor proposed last year.
It'd be nice if it's not a lot of trouble.
I will be glad to do that.
Give it something with a couple of clicks, maybe.
And based on the September reports that are scheduled to be done now, we should be able to sort of see what the state is happening. Not nationwide, but with statewide.
I just wonder how they're comparing.
I'll be glad to. Madam Chair, may I continue?
Please,
Madam Chair, members of the board, you have at your place, and this is for information only tonight. As required by the ESSER 3 funds, we are supposed to get public input every 6 months on the plan for ESSER 3. Tomorrow, we will put this document up on our website along with the previous one so that citizens and our stakeholders can comment on it. This is another way that people can provide input on whether or not they want the auditorium. We will bring this back as well as any comments by our citizens at the next board meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Just, I don't know if this is the right time or not, but since we're talking about the plan for the ESSER 3 funds, I think it's on the second page. It says, I think it's in the second section, E, provide 2 instructional specialists to address individual and small group instruction. Do we need more than 2? I know we're getting ready to look at some data today. And I'm seeing some need for math. Do you think that 2 is sufficient, or do we need to do something in that area? Maybe it's later on when we talk about that for you, but I just had that circled for the ESSER funds, so I didn't know if that was the right time to talk about that.
Yes, ma'am. We have actually 2 additional grants that are due, one due tomorrow and another grant due on next Friday, ESSER 2, Part 2, and ESSER 3, Part 2, that we're applying for additional funds. and we are incorporating some of those things in there. We also have adjusted to, and I'll go through that in regards to PALS data, where we're seeing some low numbers there and in math. And so we will be utilizing those funds for that. More than 2, we hope.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson, we continue to get many opportunities to apply for different grants, and we try to do as much as we can. The majority of the grants do not require a match.
Good information. Thank you. Good opportunity.
Any other questions on the ESSER 3 funds? Items, good. $8.1.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair and members of the board, I have brought you a lot of data tonight, and I do not expect you to look at all of it tonight. What I would like to do is to provide you with the opportunity to review all of it at your own leisure, ask any questions, and then if you would like me to bring back any information to you at your next work session, I'll be more than happy to do so. I'm going to try to go through as much as I can, as quickly as I can, because this is just a basic overview of what we have done so far at the beginning of the school year. Mrs. Cecil, will you pull up the board presentation, please? Thank you. So this is our fall data, and it has several different components to it. It's the new growth assessment information, as well as our MAP data. We combined everything. Mr. Maddox is here as well, who is our supervisor of testing and assessments this year. He's excited about that. So when we talk about assessments, these are the assessments that we have completed so far. And between September 13th and October 15th, we have done 10,700, and I believe that says 86 assessments, which I really feel sorry for our students. These are, the only thing that is not required on this is the MAP testing, which one of the things that we have already seen is the moving from where we didn't have any assessments last year to where we needed to figure out what to do with our students and meeting their needs. And that has really opened up the door for us to figure out where those benchmarks are and where those needs are. Of course, the Virginia Department of Education had its new growth assessment that was under legislation, HB 2027 and Senate Bill 1357. It went into effect this year in the fall for grades 3 through 8 in reading and in math only. It really is for baseline data so they can measure individual academic progress, and at some point it may assist students who fail their SOL test to be able to showing growth, and it will assist the schools and the school system in regards to accreditation purposes. It is not like the end of the year SOL test. It is a first test, so our teachers do not prepare students for this. It is what they know when they come through the door. And it allows us to see where we need to take them by the end of the school year in regards to meeting their needs. So this is the division. If I can go through a little bit of information for you in regards to elementary and secondary, they have different thresholds, and it is a green, yellow, and a red, and that is a strong foundation for green, learning gaps in regards to if they're tagged yellow, and of course significant learning gaps if they are designated in the red. Remember, these are non-prepared, coming in first month of school, taking the test. So we noted that in regards to our math, which we also saw this in our MAP data, we're at 72% in significant learning gaps, and at the secondary level, 65% in elementary, and then in the area of reading, 29% at secondary, and 48% in elementary. And you can stop me along the way anytime to answer any question.
I know this is the state assessment.
Mhm.
What do they compare that to in order to get these significant learning gaps? Like, is it compared to the other students? Is it just they take the scores and chunk them?
Yeah, I'm going to show you the very next thing. What they haven't really given us a lot of information. What they have given us is this vertical scaled score that shows referencing points for parents who they can see based on the red line and the blue line, or they call it a purple line. If your child meets in that particular area, if you're below the blue purple line, then they are in that red area. If you're above the red, then that means that you're in the green. If you're somewhere in the middle, you're in the yellow. And basically, that is the bulk of the information that the state has given us so far.
So we don't know where those lines come from.
No, ma'am.
And were these assessments on grade level content?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, from what I understand, they did last year's assessment for SOLs and provided them to the upcoming, and I'll let Mr. Maddox answer this, the upcoming grade level.
Yes, ma'am. So if a student was sitting in 4th grade math last year, this year they would take the 4th grade, even though they're in 5th grade, they would still take the 4th grade math. The assessment was built off of last year's SOLs.
So the two items that you see on this screen are the information that was provided to parents in regards to how they would read the report, because each student received a report. The second thing is an actual student detail by question that kind of laid out exactly what those students got right or got wrong, and we have been able to utilizing that with our teachers to kind of target instruction specific to that child. And this is every student got that report. And that is the bulk of our new growth assessment. You have on board docs a listing not just of the overall division, but of every school level. It looks like this wonderful piece of paper that gives you lots of information in regards to every grade level specific to the growth assessments. Remember, they are only grades 3 through 8. They have not informed us how those will be compared at the end of the year to show how they determine growth or not. As soon as that comes out from the state, I'll provide that information to you. The next is our MAP growth assessment, and this is the fall information. I do not have the high school data in this presentation. We had a tremendous number of students that were quarantined at the beginning, towards the beginning of the year at the high school, and were out for additional days more than any other school. And so we have extended their window into the first week in December. So we'll have those scores and I'll bring that back to you. Again, overall MAP, it really is just creates that personalized assessment for the students, provides them with a RIT score in both reading and in math. We complete that 3 times a year, and it provides teachers that easy-to-use reports to help determine where kids are. The RIT score, of course, I just want to remind you, it's a measure of their performance that you see over time, and it makes it possible for the students' growth to show from year to year, and I'm going to show you a little bit about that later on. This is the division for math. If you will note, we saw an increase only at kindergarten as well as our pre-algebra in regards to math. All other were grades 1 through 8. We showed a dip, but not a dip that was of huge significance. The significant piece that we did see was sitting at the middle school in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, where 8th grade showed the largest drop, I would say, against the national norms. in regards to a 12-point difference. And this is division-wide. And in the area of reading, kindergarten was the one that was above the national norms. All the others were below, but not as significant as it was in math. So we did see a difference, but it was, again, 2 or 3 points in difference between the national norm. Nothing like we had seen in math where there was a 12-point drop. The next one is, you have this in your packet as well. It is really what tells us that we're on the right track. This is a comparison, and the first portion of the chart is our end of year results on MAP from last school year, so the spring of 2021. If you'll notice in that second column past the growth, there is the growth that we accomplished last year when kids entered our school and then ended out the year. They took 3 of those MAP assessments. We tracked them along the way. We did interventions with them and strategies, and then by the end of the year, that second column shows you the growth that we had. So that's in math in the first column, reading in the second section. Underneath that is what we just took, the fall results that I just shared with you, overall division. What we're trying to make sure, I want to make sure that I'm clear on this. Kindergartners last year are now the cohort moving to first grade. So if you see that first red block up at the top under kindergarten, it shows the growth that we made with those kindergarten students last year was 13.1 at 154 as their RIT score. As they moved into first grade, the first month of school, they took the test at MAP in the area of math, and they came out with a 154.1. So you have to take into consideration that every year you have learning loss over the summer. That summer slide is what we call it. What we're trying to do is not have a drastic summer slide. So our summer school program, I'm going to tell you right now, it really showed that it worked. We did not dip like we would normally have dipped in the summer school, in a summer slide. What is better is that we actually did not regress and lose those 13 points that we had grown with those children over the course of last year. Now, that is not the case in all of them, but that is the case, the majority across the board. We did not see anybody dip back down. We are struggling at the 8th grade level in regards to our middle school math and in reading, which those students right now are in our 9th grade, so we're working towards some specific strategies working with our middle school and secondary schools in regards to both reading and in math. We did see our lowest numbers in the area of math, but I will tell you I'm very pleased with the number of tests that our students were given so far this year, and that with the struggle of a lot of them being quarantined and teachers actually doing both synchronous and asynchronous learning and in-person learning going on, I'm extremely pleased with the results. We have a long way to go, but I'm happy with those. And I'll provide you with some takeaways. Of course, I just want you to remember that this is baseline data. We're not trying to make any judgments or anything out of this. We want to triangulate this particular data with other assessment data as well as attendance, information regarding our quarantine, whether they are virtual or in person, because that definitely makes a difference. And then we are fairly comparable across the national average. And then the very specific school data is in board docs, and you can look at that school by school, and it's a lot of information, so I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that I can. Or we can bring this back and have any discussions at your next meeting.
Dr. Norman, I think the data you gave us is very good. I wish our students didn't have to take this.
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
I know we really need to focus on just instruction. But in the same vein, I understand the value of the data. I really agree with you on the data from the map. I mean, it
Yes,
shows
ma'am.
that we just really, we haven't lost a lot over the summer. And I think that's good, and we're right there at the national norms, not very far off at all. But I'm struggling with this one,
Yes.
so.
I have to
know
keep
this is a new
reminding,
one.
yeah, I have to keep reminding myself that this is not something that students prepare for. That over and over again, I remind, this is just a cold test.
So I'm looking for some correlation
There
between the
is no.
two, and it's giving us two different pictures. So, I guess my takeaway is to pat ourselves on the back because it looks like our learning loss is not as much as we thought it was from the spring. But maybe this one is telling us that we need to work on math.
Yes,
We need to
ma'am.
work in all areas, but especially in math.
Yes.
And maybe some specifically targeted schools. But if you get more information on how we can correlate these two, that would really be nice for me. But thank you very much. The data was very helpful.
You're welcome. I have a great staff who pulls all of this together. The next thing that you have in regards to accreditation and data is you also have in board docs PALS, and as I discussed earlier, the PALS data, we are showing, you have a memo, and on that second page of the memo, there is a chart that shows what those percentages in the fall of 2020 were ID'd, and then it shows the percentages of ID'd students in the fall of 2021. And we see a significant increase at every school level in regards to students being ID'd for PALS. And that's where Ms. Thompson was talking about having that additional support. We have reached out, Mr. Gallagher has been reaching out to our retired reading specialist and trying to persuade them to come back and help us with some part-time support in many of our elementary schools so we can kind of make up some groundwork. But that is, there is school-specific data in regards to PALS on each one of those. And I have Ms. Wheeler here if you have any questions. I think she's still
This part of it here, can you read this diagonally as far as cohorts?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, you mean for, yes,
So
ma'am,
like,
okay,
like if I just took the two right columns that are in color,
right,
the
so,
kindergarten last fall had 22% of the students ID. But out of that
46.
same cohort, now we have 46 ID.
yes, ma'am,
So
that
that's
is,
showing some significant loss.
yes, ma'am,
But of course, it's a higher benchmark though.
correct. But still assessing the same, like sight words, comprehension, spelling. But yes, ma'am, you would read that diagonal as well.
We have work to do on math and reading, and don't we?
Yes, ma'am. The next item is in regards to VKRP, which this is a pre-K and K assessment that's required by the state. And we had 257 students take the assessment this year. 19 students have incomplete. And all of our kindergartners take this, and it's specific to math performance. We have a couple of struggling schools that we'll be reaching out to. Ms. Smith has already talked to those administrators. And if you'll go to the attendance, the next portion of accreditation that I'd like to talk to you about is specific to attendance. If we don't have the students here, then they don't get the instruction in person, and the information isn't presented to them. So in regards to attendance, attendance is one of the major things that helps us with our accreditation. It kind of encompasses everything. So on your attendance data tracker sheet, it looks like this. There are 3 different levels for accreditation. Level 1 means that students who are 0 to 15% in their unexcused absences are in what's considered green, and we're fully accredited if you're green. Level 2 is 16 to 24%. That means that they have missed a certain number of days, 16 to 24% of the days in their attendance, and they are in yellow. You can only be in yellow for more than 4 consecutive years before they dump you into a red and you're not accredited. And non-accredited is any that is 25% over. So if you look at the numbers of students, now if I can couch this with everything, and Dr. Wells, please feel free to chime in. Our attendance guidelines from the Virginia Department of Education have so far changed 4 times already since the very beginning of the school year. That is an enormous thing for Dr. Wells and his staff to oversee. And it is a difficult task, especially with the number of students quarantined or being self-quarantined in regards to parents self-quarantining. One of the things that we are going back right now is, so our last change was that if a parent chooses to self-quarantine their child, they can do that for a certain amount of time, and we would count them present if we as a division provide them the opportunity for instruction, which we do. So now we have a team, our attendance clerks as well as Ms. Petrone, and the attendance clerks at each of the schools going back to see if any of the absences that we currently have, COVID-related, either quarantined or self-quarantined, that we count as present. Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am. So what we're going, we have a couple students, we have several students that have been out 4 or 5, 6 days that we know that they were marked excused for whatever reason, but if that was due to COVID, we can now go back. If the parent kept them out because they were either exposure at school or they were afraid of something going on at school because somebody tested positive at a building and they kept their students home for a few days. If we can verify that, we can now count those students. We can give them the same thing for our other quarantine students, so it doesn't count against us for attendance. So we're going back now and contacting parents, but looking at that data and just seeing if we can, improve some of these numbers a little bit. And we think we feel it's going to improve some as we do that, but still, that's where we are right now. And a lot of that, again, is just due to everything else that's going on in the world. So I'll just leave it at that.
If you'll notice on the chart, we have 4 schools that are, if they keep at the rate that they currently are right now, that they will fall into a non-accredited state. And then if you'll notice, though, that if you look over to the 2019-20 chronic absenteeism, at this point during the school year, we're a little bit over on multiple places. And I truly believe that is self-quarantining that we haven't tagged correctly. One of the things that Ms. Petrone, we met with her and we talked about what are some of the things that we can do to assist or to reach out to families. We have 3 attendance officers right now, and they're supporting all the schools and in reducing the truancy issue. They are contacting families to make sure that the coding is correct as to what changes may have happened throughout the last 4 changes from the year, because that's been very confusing. She also has the BTSS teams at each of the buildings working specifically on engaging students back into the classroom, making sure that they have a plan in place for attendance, looking at the specific data for their school by grade level, by days, so they can kind of see that. And then she personally, Ms. Petrone, will be meeting with each of the administrators to talk about what that looks like and what their needs are so that we can support them in this effort. And I'll answer any questions that you have in regards to that. Okay. I'm almost through, I promise. The next thing is our grading regulations. This is just being brought as an informational piece. When we started out in the 2020-21 2021 school year, we came to you in regards to grading regulation changes, just to give you an update. As we saw multiple kids out in regards to choosing virtual remote learning, we knew we had to make some adjustments. So what we did is actually thought that this school year was going to be normal, and we have soon found out that it's far from normal in regards to kids and being quarantined and self-quarantining. And so we went back and I requested from Dr. Arnold to continue with what we did during the 2020-2021 school year. And that was actually specifically to allow for when a student misses for, like for example at the high school, when a student missed 4 absences, they would have unexcused absences. It would go down during the 9 weeks grading period. They would earn a 50, it would be the highest that they could earn until they met with the administrator and put a plan in place, and it was based on that discussion. That's always been in our regulations since I've been here. We suspended that last year because of the absences and trying to make sure that kids were in the building. We need to go ahead and do that again this year because we have had so many students out in regards to numerous things. But we have requested for that to continue on again, just to make sure we're doing what's in the best interest of students. Working with them to make sure if a kid gets a 30 in a grade, in a class, because they've been out and they haven't actually got the instruction from the content in person with the teacher, that is a hard thing to recover from. And so 50 makes that a whole lot easier for them to recover that grade. So that is one of the change, or that is the change that we requested, and I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention, that we're going to go ahead and continue on with that regulation this year.
Dr. Norman, can you share with me where it is that you're referencing, and I may need you to walk through that with me again.
It's page 3. Mr. Maddox, I'm going to turn it over to him. He led our committee last year on the grading. There you go.
Yes, ma'am. So on page 3, you see basically that first, where we suspended that regulation. That's basically the attendance failure regulation at Amherst County High School, which we suspended last year. And then the next is due to the COVID-19 pandemic causing student and teacher quarantines, a student will receive no lower than a 50 on the final grade of a grading period. And again, the committee felt, whether it's a 59 or a 50, it's an F. But if you have a student that gets a 30, it's really hard to recover and to get that grade back up. And students know this, and that leads to some students giving up in class or something like that. So the committee just felt that this would be in the best interest of all of our students.
So the suspension that we did in 2021 was suspended by a committee. I know that you talked with us as a board about that because we were in the midst of COVID and our students were at home. Is this the first time you've asked to inform us that it was being suspended for this current year? I don't have a recollection of it, but that does not mean you did not bring it in front of us.
Right. This is the first time. We went through the grading period for the first 9 weeks, and noting that we had 1,000 and some students quarantined, giving grace, because what we did is we actually said if they got, it's not that they can't give a 0 for an assignment. We asked that they make sure that that child was there for that instruction. This is basically just saying that they should not give below a 50 for the final grade. Like if a child gets a 34 on an assignment and they were there for the instruction and they didn't do well on the instruction, they get the 39. What we're trying to make sure is that Every teacher makes sure that the kids are there for the instruction before they just slap a 50 or 39 on the grade book for a final grade. But this is the first time that we brought this as an informational item to you.
I may want more information on this. I know that I've seen it in the past that students that don't do work, they get a 50. Students that are working really hard get a 50. That's not the same thing.
True.
I do understand that you want to make sure that the students were present, you want to make sure they understood it, and that they have an opportunity to do their work. But also want to make sure that our students are held to a high expectation.
Absolutely.
So I would have rather have had this presented at the beginning of the year if this was a suspension. I do know that I asked for some grading information. I appreciate you bringing it to us. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I do think that I would like to have some conversations with some teachers and parents and see how that's going, and making sure that our practice is supporting our students, but also maintaining high expectations.
Yes, ma'am. I totally agree on all of that. This did not come as a red flag to me until about 3 weeks ago, when I started reviewing the data. It was nothing that we were going to continue on with the suspension, suspending this, but after noting all of those absences, after noting everything that we're doing with truancy, this is definitely something that is in the best interest of students right now.
Madam Chair, I'd like to at least have a conversation on the grading and maybe look at some of the data.
I'm gonna bring it back we're not bringing it back for more discussion in December. Or would you like something else said too?
I think at this point you can send it to me.
But it probably would be a good discussion at the next board meeting as well, for everyone.
We just need to be on the same page, yes. And I have one more question about the grading. On the first page of IKC-R, it has a scale on it, and it has symbol, standard, honors, and AP, and it says 0 to 59. So you get an F. Is that, the zeros just mean that that's the weighted grade? If you're averaging?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Down the bottom.
So that's not in
Are you?
reference? It's on the IKC-R, there's like a scale.
Yes, down at the bottom. That's our normal grading scale.
And so these are just weighted like if you're doing GPAs?
Yes.
It's not a classroom grade?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I said that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And if no more questions on grading, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Maddox to talk about program of studies.
Madam Chair, members of the board, you have a memo with our changes that were given to us by departments and the administration at the high school. And remember that this is the expectation that we will continue with an AB block schedule next year. And I'm not going to go through and read every single one. You see that in math, we want to remove Visual Basic Computer Programming. We have not had a lot of students sign up for that. We want to replace it with the Python Computer Programming, which that's one of the programs that's used out in the workforce. If you look at science, AP biology changes, grade levels 11 and 12, and prerequisites are biology and honors biology. I believe that the prerequisite was only honors biology before. Under general electives, AP seminar changed the grade level to 10th and 11th grades. and then AP Research to 11th and 12th grades, trying to get more students into those two programs.
Were they typically this 12?
Yes. And then career and technical education. We have a couple of electives we would like to offer. You know, due to block scheduling, you need more electives in the high school for students to take. So back in 2014, we had family and consumer science. We had a program at the high school. The instructor retired, and the board at that time decided not to fill that position, so we lost that program. So talking with the counselors and administration at the high school, we would really like to get that program back and offer these 3 courses: nutrition and wellness, introduction to early childhood education, which that would support our Teachers for Tomorrow, and then offer childhood education and services 1 for next year. All 3 of those classes will, students would be a complete sequence completer for CTE. There's tons of work-based learning opportunities for our students that are in the early childhood courses out there to work in maybe some child care facilities, or even maybe we start our own for like summer school for our teachers and folks that come in and teach in summer school that need child care. So just think that these courses would really benefit our students, again, especially. I mean, they cross a lot of different pathways, and, you know, really to go with our Teachers for Tomorrow, I think it would be beneficial to have those. Pending approval, and also I have to do an application to BDOD and get those approved as well. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
What's the logic behind having BDOE approved? Don't they just have these courses already approved and you can implement them?
No, ma'am. I have about an 8-page application that I have to do, and I have to correlate it with workforce needs in our region.
For every CTE class we want to add?
Every
Not
new
just these.
CTE, we've offered it before. We do not have to file for the application again, but if it's a new course, every new course, you have to put an application in to be approved.
Well, I would say that I know that students do need additional opportunities to make that CTE requirement towards graduation, so I would be in favor of adding those for that reason, giving kids more opportunities.
Thank you very much. I have asked Ms., there are no more questions in regards to program of studies. I've asked Ms. Smith to provide you with the regular, this is done every 2 years, gifted program update. She's going to go through the division information, but she has also provided you with school information as well for you to review at your own leisure. Ms. Smith?
Yes, thank you.
Here you go.
Oh,
Take this one.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need us to vote on this to approve it?
No. What we do is we provide the additional, we have meetings. It is information for you. Now, if the way that you impact the program of studies is when you talk about what you want, your big picture as to where you want to go in expanding programs at the CTE level or expanding programs with fine arts or, you know, anything like that. These are options that we are suggesting. None of it is actually set in stone until we take care of the actual, not just the application, but the person. So if you have a position, so we already have a certain number of positions, FTEs at the high school, based on whether or not, if these are approved with the state, if you decide you want to move forward,
then an FTE, a full-time equivalent position, would be something that you would place into the budget. So these are the first year that we place new things into the program of studies. It really is just getting a good idea of how many students would be interested. It's for our interest, and that's how we determine from year to year what would be added or what isn't showing interest.
I just wondered, because it said pending school board and BDO approval, and I said I liked it, but then nobody did anything, so I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure. Okay.
That board approval means you're gonna give me a teacher.
With you, thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. What you see on the screen in front of you is the annual data that is shared in regards to the numbers for the advanced programs from K through 12. It includes the demographic breakdowns of all our division students and by school as well. And as you scroll down, you'll see STEM academies, Governor School, early college, dual enrollment, honors graduates from the previous graduating classes, gifted AP courses, and those students are middle schools enrolled in Algebra 1. Part of this data is going to be used to see how are we represented, our students are being represented in our gifted program overall. I was asked to break down the gifted data by the Diversity Council so that they could see how the numbers are correlated in each individual school, which is the next document that you have in your folder. The first page pretty much breaks down what it is as a division, how our gifted population is represented at the division level based on the larger groups of two or more races, Black, Hispanic, and white. And then the smaller graph at the bottom does the same information because the council also wanted to know how we are represented by male and female population within the gifted program. I feel an exemplary program would be a balanced representation of your actual student demographics. And when you look at our data, when you think that 18% of our division population is African American, but they're only represented as 6% of our gifted student population, it's not really balanced and represented. And that's what we want to be better about. We want to try to work on that. In our comprehensive, in the ACPS comprehensive plan, specific goals were put in place under Objective 2 to provide all students with access to the resources they need to maximize their academic growth and potential, specifically by increasing the minority access to advanced courses and programs. So that's where we're kind of taking up the mantle to start looking at what are the processes as far as how we're identifying students in the gifted program, how are we informing students of the pathways, setting them up for success and for informed decisions about the pathways they choose before they arrive at that 6th, 7th, 8th grade level, because a lot of decisions are made before they start their secondary coursework. So one of the two goals that we have for this year, first is looking at our screening tool that we're using for gifted screenings. We've been using the COGET for a number of years, and we just want to see what else is out there. So our gifted specialists are gathering those other screening tools, seeing what other divisions are using, just to make sure that we're using the best screening tool possible to represent our student population and to be fair. The second thing we're doing is increasing the knowledge base of our stakeholders. In conversations I've been having with parents, counselors, students, high school students, even former students, it's a lot about, I wish I had done this, I wish I was more informed about that, and that seems to be the crux that our community is. They want to know more about what's available for their students, what do they need to do now to prepare to be open to those opportunities for their students, and that requires us to be informing them on a regular basis about the opportunities and what they need to do. So that's going to start at our elementary level, and we hope to start doing that in December and January, visiting our schools and giving parents information at school events that are already occurring so that they can ask questions. The gifted specialists are very much involved in this process, and they are helping to make sure that the goals that we're working on, they are well in hand and informing our decisions because they're the ones with the core knowledge base about this. if you have any questions at this time, and I'm also open if there's anything that you would like me to dive into further in regards to our gifted population and advanced programs, I would appreciate your feedback in regards to that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Madam Chair? Mrs. Smith, I think this is an excellent graphs and presentation. Thank you. You know, you talked about the percentages of our minorities and their representation. And I think these are all numbers. Maybe you could help me get the percentages for these on the graphs. I think that would be very important.
I started to put them there, but they would have been so tiny, you would never, so I can work on that.
So maybe I can just work with you on that and get some of them so that I can have a clear understanding of that. And then, I know you said that we use the COGAT.
Yes.
And I know that that's been a national test used for gifted. Do you know, probably as you dug in, you do, I just don't know the answer to this. Does that test or assessment have percentages with national norms for ethnicities? Like,
I'd
does
have
this
to
test tend to, you know, to skew that, or is there a correlation that it's just maybe not happening in Amherst, but it's happening in other places too because of the test, and we're looking for a better assessment for that, or what?
That's what I'm curious about, and that's why we're beyond the work on it.
Okay.
You know, that is why the gifted specialists are starting to pull together what other tools are out there, and where does the COGAT measure in regards to that? That is exactly what we're working on.
Good, thank you. And I know I've heard you talk before about looking for ways to communicate with our students and our parents better. I'd love to hear more about that as well. They don't have time to do that tonight, but, you know, maybe what avenues are you finding in order to be able to do that, and are they successful, and how we can support that?
I'll definitely do
Thank
that.
you. Nicely done.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. The last thing I had was that I think it was Mr. Greiser had requested to know the number of parent conferences. We have parent conferences from parent-teacher conferences in regards to October 29th through November 5th. We had 933 parent conferences that we completed within that week. So kudos to our teachers. Awesome job. Madam Chair, I am finished for the night.
Much to be read and absorbed on. I can say anything, but I'm just kind of looking at everything. Thank you for all that, all the semantics and Ms. Smith as well. Good question. I've always continued to try to figure out how we're reaching the students to let them know more about the gifted program, and I'll share that with Ms. Thompson, what she said as well. That in itself is a big competition. All right, we're moving on here. Lost my spot. Human resources.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, I have several updates for you this evening. The first is at your place, and that's just the current update on our vacancy with that memo, which continues to dwindle, fortunately, but still not complete. So we continue to look for filling some of those roles, particularly in the classified area. You know, we have some great possibilities to get the secondary art and CTE filled by early second semester potentially. Still working on trying to attain social worker. We have some possibilities upcoming in that realm as well. And our efforts continue in all of our classified areas, and we'll speak a little bit about a study we're doing on that in a minute. We have hired several custodians and instructional assistants since the last board meeting, and continue to work at that. But I'll take any questions that you might have about this memo.
Any questions from Ms. Young? Speak to itself, okay?
Okay. Secondly, I just wanted to give you an update of where we are with our calendar committee. I mentioned it briefly last meeting. Our first meeting was October 28th. We did send a survey out to all staff, and I believe you should have received that as well, to identify what our division priorities are for our calendar for the 22-23 school year. We'll discuss the results of that survey, which ends tomorrow. We'll discuss it next Friday among our committee before we go to break. We'll generate, based on that discussion of the data, a draft calendar or calendars, depending on the results, and we'll work on putting that out again for survey with actual drafts in December. Our goal is to get that information back so that we can have a proposal, a draft proposal to the board for January, the January board meeting. And potentially, if there are any requested changes, we can entertain those, and if not, and we may end up with an opportunity to vote in February, but we'll see how that process unfolds. Any questions there?
Thank you.
Okay. And thirdly, you have a second memo at your place that has to do with salary studies that we've been involved in since early last month, recognizing that we want to make sure that we remain very competitive and at the top in our region for salaries, specifically for certain areas that I've identified for you. Instructional assistants, bus drivers, bus assistants, custodians, child nutrition workers, and substitute teachers. So we are nearly at the end of gathering that data from all regional divisions, doing further diving and doing some comparative measures with that data so that we may ultimately end up with some proposals in the current budget season on how we might address some of those areas of need. So we're in that process. We recognize that this is an area where we want to make sure that we're valuing amazing employees, and we're taking the steps to figure out where we stand and what we might need to do with movement there. So any questions related to any of that material, I'm happy to also take questions.
Good.
Yeah, good. Okay, and that's all that I have this evening.
Any other questions, Ms. Gallagher? Appreciate all the work and updates and salary comparison that we're going to be looking at
Thank you.
for the new budget approaching. We are happy to be here with our student representatives. Dr. Alden, you want to be the forefront of that?
Hello. Okay. Just making sure it's on. Hi. I haven't been here in like 3 months, so I'm like kind of happy to be here tonight. So for the past few months, I have been working like independently, not so much. I've met with Mr. Hamlin, our dean of students, a little bit to talk about like what I wanted to do as a whole, and I've worked on a smaller scale, not on a broader scale. And I first started with Instagram and 12 Men. If any of you know 12 Men, if you don't, it's all right. I can give you a little background. It's a school tradition where we have a bunch of guys get painted up in paint, and they have like a few senior football numbers on their front and their backs, and like it spells Go Lancers. And we all invite a bunch of people to come out. We have a little tailgate kind of sort of thing. We play music and we just have a good time together. We're supposed to be like more of a family sort of thing, like a family bonding sort of thing. And I have used that to my advantage to invite a lot of people out, and it has grown tremendously. I would say from the first week that we started it, I only had a few seniors, a few juniors, and by the end of the season, it was definitely branching out to freshmen and a lot more, which I would love to see, and it was amazing. We mainly did this through Instagram and our Lancer Party account with me, Kaylin Ramsey, and Adriana Goins. We used that to our advantage when we said about themes and a few other things. We also use Snapchat group chats to make sure that women, like some of the females and some of the guys, knew that they could come out and they could have a good time if they wanted to have some fun, just paint up and have some fun around in the junior parking lot. At Friday nights specifically, I have definitely seen an increase from last year and the years past of student section like turnouts. I would definitely say football student section turnouts from the first game to homecoming to the last game have definitely increased from just a few rows to about 4 to 6 rows being a little bit more packed, and like a little bit less of like the parents and like siblings being right behind us. We've had a bunch more rows to move up from and see a lot more increase in that. What I've seen across everything has been a lot more diversity. I know I've seen a bunch of students from JF, Glass, and a bunch of other surrounding schools that came out and sat in our student section and just had fun at Friday Night Lights as well as different volleyball games. I've been like playing on the court and like, oh, that kid doesn't go here, but I know him. And it's fun to see that even though they don't go to our school, that they are having a bunch of fun at our school, including themselves and all of our traditions and all of our fun that we have. And I know I've used Snapchat a bunch to network and also and show like what we're doing, what's going on, and have a lot of fun. So I've seen a turnout a little bit with that, seeing more and more kids view my Snapchat or other Instagrams and stuff like that and actually come out. Because I know some will view it and actually not come, but some have definitely made strides to come out a lot more. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to give you a little bit of information on what I've been doing over the past month or so. For me personally, it's been a pretty busy month with college applications and golf school and this and that, all the stuff that's been going on, but I have been doing a few things in particular. Mostly for robotics at Manellison. It's going really well so far. We have a really awesome team this year, and we're actually going to our competition next Saturday. And it's going to be in person for half of it, and I'm half excited for it. But I'm really looking forward to the students being able to interact with some other teams at least a little bit. We actually just got approval today, I believe, from Dr. Wells for the field trip to go there. And then next week we're going to be recording our project that will fix this year's problem that they gave us, and sending that to the judges and doing some live Zoom on Thursday. And I want to let you know, next Thursday, so a week from today, if you would like to, you can come by and see what we've been doing with the robots on the table, see our project. We're having the parents be able to come in since they will not be allowed to go to the competition. And unfortunately, there are no spectators allowed at all at the competition, so I can't invite you to that. Not that you want to go, it is an hour and a half away. Also, I wanted to mention that the Future Center has been very helpful at the high school. For me personally, and a lot of my friends who are working on their college applications and scholarship applications. Everything from FAFSA workshops in my English class to reading essays and giving advice on how to pick a college, or even for those who aren't going into college and being able to make plans that way with other programs. I've been really impressed, and I'm really proud of how well that's going. A lot of my friends in other school systems are like, wait, you have what? You can just go and get your essay reviewed by someone who's like paid to do that? And it's really awesome that that opportunity is given to the students for that. And then finally, I finished developing a student survey that I'll be sending out hopefully tomorrow or sometime next week. That will just get a little bit more information about how students are feeling right now, what kind of schedules they like, all those types of things. As well as I just added the question, for those who have seen it, perhaps some student review on the construction proposal and seeing what the students think about what could be changing at their school. If there's any questions, I would be happy to answer this. So.
Can I make a connection to the Future Center, though? If you'll remember, 3 years ago, our student representative, India Page, spent the year talking to you guys about the need for more supports at the school for students trying to access college and career. And so kudos to Dr. Brown and his staff for putting that together and obviously producing something that is making a real difference with our students.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank both of you for all the updates from last month. And yes, I agree, your student section at football games at least was huge. Yeah, all the little things y'all wore too was kind of nice. I like that. I had worked with JF. I said, look at there, look at there. All right, Dr. Ong?
Yes, ma'am. I want to give an update to a couple of the committees or teams that we have put in place and what some recommendations have come from those folks. At the September board meeting, I discussed with you the Superintendent's Advisory Committee, which would have representatives from all of our schools on it. And in October, we sent out a survey to ask staff about the things that were concerns for them, issues for them. And once we got that information, the team gathered all the data, and they came up with 4 themes, and I discussed these in October: communication, instructional expectations, mitigation strategies, and teacher morale. And so we divided that team up into 4 groups, one for each one of those issues, and asked them to begin working on solutions to those issues. And so I would like to bring to you tonight their recommendations. In the line of communication, one of the frustrations is that there's so much information, and a lot of times that information that comes from the central office to principals, then down to staff is kind of disjointed, sometimes inconsistent, and that causes some frustration. So their recommendation, or their first recommendation, because we will continue to do this throughout the year, but their first recommendation was to have me prepare a bi-monthly report that would provide direct communication to all staff. So there's no filters that go through that communication. And one of the things that they want to know is what happens here. They want to know what board actions are taken and what board decisions are being made. They want to know VDOE updates and changes, and they want to know changes in expectations from the school division. And that will start tomorrow. I will send out our first one tomorrow with that information. The instructional expectations. So really this stems from the idea that coming into this year, there was the belief that school would be normal, there would be normal expectations and those kinds of things. And you all know after the first month that is far from the case. So it caused lots of issues that were not directly related to COVID, but indirectly, a lot of things, because you've all heard the lack of planning time, the lack of, the lack of mitigation strategies that keep kids in school, quarantining, all of those types of things. So what they wanted to do was to have a model much like the superintendent's advisory team in all of the schools. And so they have recommended that each school develop a mechanism to seek staff input on all these issues while maintaining transparency about survey results, and then seeking staff input on those solutions. So it basically, this group is working on division-wide issues. The schools will work on their school-based issues. Mitigation strategies, I think one of the big frustrations was that we had lots of students that weren't in the building last year and weren't explicitly taught mitigation strategies. And so we have lots of students that maybe don't wear the mask right, they don't, they don't space properly, they don't take them as seriously as they did last year. And so they have recommended that we begin a video contest at each school to put out videos that would encourage their colleagues to follow the proper mitigation strategies. We'll have contests, we'll have prizes for those schools and the overall division winners. And the final one was teacher morale, and we had lots of discussion on teacher morale. And of course, one of the things that came to the forefront was that teachers didn't have time this year that they've had in the past. And how can we find time to give the teachers so they can plan and prepare for the work that they have to do. And so they've requested that the teacher work calendar be revised to assure more uninterrupted time to plan not only during the day, but to add calendar days for teacher work days. And so that one is one that we'll need to do work on and bring back to the board for some decisions on that. The other three are just steps that we're taking to try to improve those issues. Are there any questions on these recommendations that came from the staff? It did not. None of these came from me or my office. And I think they've done a great job, and they were very thoughtful in their work.
I agree with you. I'm glad to see some structure taking place and some communication and some efforts towards helping some of the issues with communication and expectations and teacher morale. And got a good start. I'm wondering if you, as superintendent, see anything in here that is missing that may be helpful with things such as teacher morale.
Right. Well,
and communication that's not included. Right. I mean, what would you add if you could add something?
Well, they have lots of suggestions. It's just we're going to do one at a time. We're going to try to implement it. We want to do it right. We don't want to throw 20 things out there and not do it exactly right. So we're doing it one at a time, so that at our next meeting, they'll come up with another set of solutions. They have lots of solutions. It's just, we're trying to kind of.
I get that. But as superintendent, if you had to do two things to improve teacher morale, what would you do?
Time.
Time,
I would
what else?
provide time, and I believe I would, I think probably the second thing is to, there's several things, but I really think that the idea that the state of Virginia is holding schools across the state accountable for things that are really beyond our control, like this attendance issue. To say, for the state of Virginia to come out and say that we're going to determine whether you've been effective or not this year, I think is highly unfair, because this year has proven to be much more difficult than last year. Yet, everything was waived last year. Nothing is waived this year, and I think that would take a real burden off of our staff if they did not have that on their shoulders, because they know that the state is holding them accountable, and then sometime in May, the state's going to decide whether or not we've been effective. And I think that really weighs heavy on our staff. Thus, the reason they need they want more time to plan, they want more time to prepare, they want more time to dig into this data. And so I think those two things would be the most important things.
Well, if I can add my 2 cents worth, which you know I'm going to anyway. As you're working with the committees, I would encourage them to look at maybe some things that are untangible. I think if we focused on building relationships, provided our teachers with collegiality, professional respect, some simplicities, support. If they're asking for support, give them support, give them autonomy, help them get back to that level that they used to be at, that they were the masters in that classroom of their students and their teaching and their students learning. I agree with you, time, because I know they've had Canvas and Google Classrooms, they've had tons of assessments, that data. I know when you give a test, you don't just put them in a classroom and take the test. The teacher then has to take the data and enter it into a spreadsheet, and then it's leveled, and it's tiered, and then you have to offer remediation based on those levels and those tiers. And I understand all of that. But I also know that in the midst of COVID, when we have students that are 2 years behind, a year and a half behind, and all of those mandates you're talking about are being poured on our teachers. When you told me about the attendance, I wanted to say, hey, board, let's just vote. We're not going to worry about that this year. Yes, we want our students here, but to make us feel like we're failing school because the students stayed home with COVID. I mean, our teachers and our staff needs to know that they have autonomy and that they are respected. And I just think it's really, really important that when we talk about communication, it's not just saying to our teachers, this is what the state says you have to do. It's talking with them and encouraging them and making sure that they have input in decisions and they're not just, this is what you're going to do and this is how you're going to do it. If we don't get these committees to help implement and bring some of that into our staff, I'm afraid that we're going to lose more teachers. I just want to encourage the good start here to start to think about the intangibles as well.
So
that we know
once I get to
also.
the mental health one, I think I'll be able to speak to that.
Yeah, because and I know we're offering mental health, but
No,
to say,
I mean, to speak to the exact issue you're talking
yeah,
about.
because if we say to a teacher, you can come over here to a mental health session, but then you come over here and you've got all this data and all these mandates on you, and no one's listening to you, and no one allows you to have input in decision making, I think that they get very frustrated. And I think that it's important that we really get back to the basics, that we focus on our instruction, that we talk with our teachers about how important they are, and make our students and our teachers a priority. So I think this is a good start, but I did see a lot of intangibles that we're missing, and I know our teachers are crying out for those.
So I'm going to move to the mental health, and I'm going to try to speak to that. When our mental health team met, we discussed how we were going to support our students and our staff, right? And I think the thing that needs to be understood, and I know that we've used the term mental health, but we're not mental health providers, we're educators. And so we have to do things that are education-based, that our staff can do, our administrators can do. And so as we did our work there, one of the things that we talked about was the support for staff. What really our staff needs is for there to be an environment where they're treated as professionals. They are valued, they are heard, input is sought from them, and so those very things were all a part of our conversation. I will tell you this, Monday of this week and Wednesday of this week, we trained our administrators on those very things. We did professional development surrounding strategies that they could use, that they could be intentional about building back those relationships, because I think 18 months has created some fractures in our buildings with staff and administrators and students. And so we have to spend a lot of time and a lot of intentionality on building back those relationships, giving our staff the ability to vocalize their concerns, to ask them how to solve those things. And so a lot of what you just said, we spent 3 hours on Monday with principals and 3 hours on Wednesday with assistant principals, and they're all developing those strategies to go back into their buildings and start to implement those things.
And I know of some of that that's taken place, and I'm really going to applaud that one-on-one, face-to-face conversation. But also, I think we need to make sure that we want our teachers to feel that there's trust there and that they can talk freely, and not that things are just mandated for them. I think they've had enough of that.
So what we ended up doing with our mental health team is we broke up into a staff group and a student group. And we looked at a lot of data. We looked at discipline data, we looked at attendance data, we looked at counselor data. We did a resource map so we could determine what types of things were we already doing. So in some schools, they're doing certain things really well. And we don't want to reinvent the wheel, so we got all that data out there. And so I'm going to give you, after several meetings, what the staff has recommended for helping support students and staff. So in terms of staff, for immediate implementation, it's the same thing that we dealt with the student, the superintendent's advisory. Immediately they want mechanisms put in place so staff can voice their concerns, and so there can be dialogue in the building to fix some of these problems and talk about some of the issues that are preventing them from feeling like professionals, or preventing trust, or preventing them from having the time to do what they need to do. They also had some things that were recommended for short-range implementation, so like not immediately, but in the near future. They want us to work on the teacher calendar, on the work calendar, so you're seeing some crossover between recommendations. They want us to bring up uninterrupted time to plan during the day and add calendar days for teacher work days. There were several surveys from the mental health team that were put out, and so a lot of this came from that. They also recommended that we continue to work with what Mr. Gallagher has been trying to do to get these instructional assistants hired, to get them in the building to provide more hands to support. But they also want us to reach out to the community and develop a volunteer program so folks in our community, if they want to help the schools function, to come in and go through some training and become volunteers to help with some of the duties and the classroom coverages that have been just really burdensome this year. And finally, they talked a lot about the employee assistance program and the fact that feels kind of cold to them and almost separated or formed. We don't have a lot of people that take advantage of it. So we have a parent on the committee that works in the healthcare, mental health field. And she said that it would be a good idea to contract with local mental health providers, because that gives our teachers a little bit more connection to actually the people that they're dealing with. And so that is a longer range implementation, so that's something that we would have to work through the board in terms of how that would look. As far as students are concerned, the thing that they all felt like that could happen immediately, and was to make sure that division-wide, every teacher and every classroom was implementing those essential teaching strategies that we talked about in September. And they believe that it would seamlessly integrate lessons without jeopardizing the instructional time. You know, how you bring a child into the classroom doesn't take any time, right? If you can create a welcoming environment, a safe environment, an environment where kids feel like they belong, we are going to have better behavior, better results from our children. Some of the mid-year implementation that they're looking at, they want us to look at our master schedule. There's some worry that we don't have opportunities during the day for students to release some of their anxieties. The way we talked about it was let some air out of the balloon, give them some time, give them some space to kind of not just be at the grindstone. And they also wanted intentional time for whatever interventions they might be, that kids might need for support. And the final one, which is a longer range, there's something called a universal screening tool for social skills, right? So y'all heard about VKRP tonight. Part of VKRP is we screen children for the ability to have social skills, how well their skills are in things like working in groups or sharing and regulating their anger or their temper. If they fail, how do they bounce back? Those kinds of things. And there are several tools that then become, that you can do throughout the school division that are age appropriate, right? So instead of sharing, it would be how students collaborate in the classroom would be more in line for an 8th or a 9th grade student. But what the committee felt was, if we all have some kind of anecdotal data saying our kids need this or our kids need this. You know, our second graders, they're just really struggling with being able to deal with their frustration levels when they're not doing well in school. And so a universal screening tool would give data to our school system, to our schools, to figure out what skills are lacking, what those social skills are lacking, and then to develop, you know, interventions to support that and things that will build those skills for our students, those resilience skills, those cooperation skills, those ability to work with others, and all of those kinds of things that I think have deteriorated over the last 18 months, and because they just have not had the practice of doing those. And so this would just be a way to be more intentional about that. Now, of course, we would want to make sure that everybody understood what they were, that they could be, their parents could have options as to whether they were going to have their child go through this or not. But we feel like if we're getting data on how kids can add and subtract, we probably ought to have some data on whether or not they're being successful at working with each other or controlling their anger or those kinds of things. So those are all of the recommendations from the mental health team, and you know, I think they're practical. You know, they're not clinical, right? They're education things, and so I think that they are things that we could get to working on. And of course, any of the things that would actually be changes to things that are happening in our school division would certainly come before you guys. But I'm really proud of the effort of all of these people. They're putting in a lot of time and effort. And I will make sure that y'all know who all those people are, because they do deserve the kudos for all of this work.
Thank you.
Okay, and I believe I am at American Education Week. is next week. It's November 15th through the 19th, and all the things that we've just talked about, that our staff and our educators are going through, they sure could use some support from whoever. If you see an educator, thank them. They are doing amazing work. You know, I think we've talked a lot about the fact that last year our educators were held up as heroes in the community, and for some reason this year that they are not feeling that. And so I want them to feel that again, because they're doing great work again, even better work, in my opinion, than they were last year. So please take the time to find an educator and say thank you. And the last reminder, or the last thing I have, is the statement of economic interest for those that will be returning in January. You will get the statement in early January, January 1st, and it is due January 31st.
Any questions for the superintendent? A lot going on.
That's a lot.
A lot of good things going on.
Yep, and so that is all I have, Madam Chair.
Mr. Terry, you want to start us off again?
Yes, ma'am. So the STEM Academy did have a board meeting this week. It was virtual, of course. They have plans to, for their graduation and all the normal things that they do, but of course nothing done like normal. As much of it will be as virtual as possible, which is terrible. I love going and seeing the projects. It's a whole lot different than seeing them on the computer. But everything is going really well there. Their mitigation strategies worked. They've stayed in. Everything's going well. So hats off to Ms. Cash and everybody over there. They've done a great job.
Mr. Terry, do you mind if I give a plug to something that's happening with the STEM? So in November 19th, they're doing their annual mock interviews. And so Ms. Cash goes out and gets professionals across the region, and then the students go through a formal interview with those people, and then they get critiqued by those people. So I know this because I'm one of the interviewers, so I'm looking forward to whoever it is I get to talk to. But I think that's a really good real-life application skill that they're getting early on.
Yeah, and I know that some of the students who've gone through it in the past have gotten a lot out of it. Yeah, it is a great program. And that's it for my committee. I would like to, I guess, start off talking about the construction project. I think, when you see a big project like that, it gets everybody excited. I hope it can happen like we want it to. I do think we need to make sure we're taking care of what we got going on first. And then extend ourselves out to get as much done on this project as we can. We keep our fingers crossed that the Board of Supervisors will see things the same way, and we can get it done without too much burden, spread to everybody. But it is a big project. I think the high school will benefit, the community will benefit. It'll be a great thing for Amherst County, so not just the schools. Sorry, Sienna and Peter, that it won't happen until after you guys have graduated. My kids are already moaning that it's happening now. Also on that, thanks for the 12th man group. It's so much fun to see the guys and girls at the football games, really promoting school spirit. And they'll see them at the home games. I see people gathering at the away games, and it's and you're right. We do have students from other schools participating in our events. A lot of that has to do with Gov School and STEM Academy and how kids are intertwined a lot more. I mean, so it is great to see you guys doing things with other students and just being a community. I mean, we're our own county, but we're all Region 2000 community here. It's a great thing to see you guys all together. And Peter, good luck with the robotics thing. It is good you guys get to go out and do stuff again. Shame you can't have fans there, but you know, and but good luck to also all the people trying to figure out what they're going to do after graduation. You know, with doing the applications and figuring all that out. It's what you guys are going for. It's what you guys are going through all the schooling for, to get you to that point. So good luck to you. Hope all your dreams come to fruition. I'd like to thank all of our speakers tonight. We need to hear from people from all sides, especially our bus drivers. I hope we can get things taken care of as far as the AC and make a work condition better for the drivers and the students on the buses. It is not an easy job, and like you said, you do see it on all of the news channels that every school system is having an issue with bus drivers. So I think if we try to help take care of ours, maybe we won't get in that situation as bad. And then thank everybody for the reports. Dr. Norman, that's a ton of data. Thank you for being able to put all that together. And
Great staff.
you do, that's for sure. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have a committee report. Government School canceled their committee. So I'll start out, even though it was a sad occurrence about Alan Baumgartner's passing, it was nice that we could honor and recognize him and his family here. And yeah, to echo a lot of what Mr. Terry said, people coming to the microphone is important, community engagement is important, so it definitely needs to be kept up. You know, we got to hear from the community to know what you're thinking do. And as far as their addition goes, I'm looking forward to that. I grew up in Nelson County and I've been so jealous of their auditorium for years. So I'm hoping that will move forward and we will have a nice space for our community too gets to use that for events, so that would be nice. Yes, Dr. Norman and Mr. Maddox, I like the data. It's a lot, but it shows us, I mean, considering what we came through, I think the reds and the yellows could be worse. I know we're not too pleased to see the reds, but I think considering where we came from, we're doing okay. Mr. Maddox, I'm glad CTE is potentially growing and that something positive will come from your applications for more opportunities for our students. And thank you, student reps, as usual, for showing up. I checked out the gaming thing after the last meeting and didn't understand a lot of it, but could see how it'd be fun for some of the students. And about your mental health report, I think that, you know, talking about what we've just come through, this is some important stuff too. I mean, my kids will be the first to tell you that I'm not a touchy-feely person, but this goes beyond, you know, hugging somebody. People are losing their jobs because of COVID or vaccination status or whatever. They're stressed in homes, caregivers, the head of households, your parents, and that's all trickling down to our students. And I can't imagine what they're probably feeling when some added stress is going on from the situation. So I think it's good. I think it's really good, and I think your team did a really, really good job. And thank everybody, the teachers, the bus drivers, all of the staff for everything you do every day. That's all.
Ms. Berg?
Yes, ma'am, I apologize, I had to get you off of mute. I would like to thank all our speakers that actually came out today to speak. Again, our bus drivers, we hear you and we are going to try to help you. And also our student reps, it's always great hearing from you guys. You're just all the sunshine all the time with everything you're doing and your energy. We really appreciate everything. And also, the resolution tonight I think was wonderful. I'd like to thank everybody for putting that together. And thank you to Dr. Arnold for working with some of our teachers to help address some of their needs. And I I think that's it for tonight, but thank you all so much, and I appreciate you letting me come in remotely this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
I'd like to start off and just say to Sienna and Peter that your presentation was just such a perfect balance of how we need to go through life. I mean, we need to really focus on being innovative and finding ways to pull people together, have some fun, and have that community. But at the same time, we have work to do, and we have to get our college applications in. And so I just really appreciate that microcosm of what you presented for us today. And I'd also like to just get a jump start and just thank all the teachers and the students and the staff and administrators and everybody who contributes to our schools. You know, whether it's Education Week or just a regular week, you're greatly, greatly appreciated. And I want to just encourage you to just keep your eyes on the goal. I know it's tough, but let's just be kind, be forgiving, love each other, build each other up, be a team, be a family. I know in my career I always felt like I left my home from one family and I went to a work family and then back and forth. And that's what we need to be for each other in these tough times. Like you said, we're really faced with a lot of mental health issues, just grieving and loss and just things that we just don't know. I mean, including just wearing the mask, you know. But we've been through a year that's been really rough. We're going through a year that's not normal again. But we can get through this. We can have thriving schools, we can have thriving students, and that should be our goal. And in order to do that, I just want to be able to say thank you, glad to be part of the team, and hope that we can keep our eye on that prize.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I'm going to end it up kind of quick, looking at Laurel has not met. We do the meet in December. I'm getting excited about going to represent you all at the VSBA Delegate Assembly. I'll be doing that on Tuesday, remote, virtually, and then traveling to Williamsburg at the end of the week to see if we can learn what everyone else is doing around the state. I think we already know everybody's in the same crunch. We're going to do the best we can to see that. I've been enjoying some things going on. I did enjoy Mr. Bauer and Dr. Arnold and his staff with the presentation about the excitement of possibly renovating, no, not renovating, doing some good construction at the high school. That's just something good to look forward to. Even if it doesn't come to pass right away, everyone has done some good work on that. I did attend the convocation that you had last week virtually, and some good information went out to the teachers along the lines of what you were speaking on tonight. So I think everybody's on the same page. Today, of course, there was a great Veterans Day celebration at Amherst Middle School. And I tell you, sometimes we think that everything is gloomy and bad, but to see those young people out there in kind of the walk of honor where all the veterans walking through, going to the garden, it was just something to behold. And that made me feel good basically for the rest of the day. But there are some great things going on. Sometimes we are forgetting to point out the good things that are going on and want to overshadow with all the bad things that are going on. Some good things going on here in Amherst. And we need to continue to believe that it is our goal to make everybody comfortable, make all the teachers, bus drivers, custodians, nutritional aides, and everyone else comfortable, to make you as happy as we possibly can. And that's our goal. But let us remember that we are in some, I keep saying this every week, we're in some serious times. And even though we did not forecast that the school year would be a few bumps in the road, there have been. But I'm happy that we have a superintendent staff who got a nice little go-kart going right over top of them. So if we keep that attitude, I think we'll all make it to the end. And Dr. Wells, thank you once again for being mitigation chief and COVID chief and all that good stuff. And Mr. Gallagher for trying to keep us, the vacancies, cutting them down. I don't know the answer to the school bus shortage. You know, we don't know if it's salary or what have you, but trust me, just some people are not into doing that right now. You know, the frequency of hiring is just lax everywhere. But we're going to try to do the best we can. If we're trying to get air conditioning on the buses, that's going to, I mean, I might try to drive one of that, do that, but I doubt it. But anyway, we're just going to do the best we can. So I'm ending by saying that Education Week, we'll talk to you by email, and hopefully everybody will enjoy themselves. If you need us, we know you will call us. We can't answer everything you ask, but we do the best that we can. So with that said, I don't think I missed anything. We are going to go into closed session.
Pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A2 of the Code of Virginia, it is recommended the board convene a closed session for the following: A1, personnel matters, and A2, student matters for religious exemption.
Motion to go into closed session.
I make a motion, we go into closed session.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And Greg will redirect you into the other room.
I am okay with you messing up an assignment or whatever. Hey, when you do it so hard you hurt somebody. Okay? Don't let me see you get out here again. Ever again. That is behind us. But I want to tell you, it starts with mentality. And I've told you this a long time ago. You can't think your way into a right way of acting. You just got to act your way. And the feelings will come. The feelings will come. You go out there with great, unbelievable energy and excitement. I got to tell you this. Fans, that's what they like to see. That's called passion. It's called passion. People love passionate people.
Little
Good afternoon. We're here with the James River Association at Rivers Edge Park, and this is part of our NOAA BWET grant, in which we're working with our 7th grade students. And so we have our 7th grade teachers here today, and they're paddling across the river right now, and we're going to do a macroinvertebrate search in a minute. So we're teaching people how to use the kayaks, then we're going to do the macroinvertebrate search, and we also have a group working, looking at the macroinvertebrates, learning about the river. So here's part of our education for the James River, and stay tuned.
Foundation, they recently accepted my grant for an Echo show. Since students are required to sit in their seats more than ever as we deal with COVID-19, an Echo show allows a touchless way to access music videos, read-alouds, poetry, brain breaks, timers, and even daily jokes. The students are loving the brain breaks throughout the day. We can also ask Alexa questions such as, Alexa, how long is the Amazon River?
The Amazon is 4,345 miles long.
Great. The Echo Show is a great tool, and I thank the Amherst Education Foundation for supporting the teachers and students of Amherst County.
Hi, my name is Naomi Giles, and I'm the school librarian at Temperance Elementary School. I want to say thank you to the Education Foundation for 2 grants that I received last year that have drastically changed my library and impacted it in a very positive way. So the first grant I received was for these Playaway audiobooks, and these are just little battery charged books that are audio format. I did not have any audio format prior to this in my collection, so the kids absolutely love these. I cannot keep them on the shelves. It's primarily for 2nd through 5th graders, and they can take these little books, put their headphones in, and listen anywhere they go. On the bus, at home, whether they're on vacation, wherever, they can listen to their audiobooks, and they absolutely love it. I also received an iPad, and I use this with my green screen. So this is great when I collaborate with teachers. We're able to do some really neat projects with the students. We can also make school-wide videos, and the kids love using it and learning about that technology. So thank you to the Education Foundation.
is Jennifer Fitzgerald, and I am the art teacher here at Amherst Middle School. We just wanted to say a huge thank you to the Education Foundation and the grants that they provided this year for art education here. We were severely impacted by the COVID restrictions this year and not being able to have community sets of art supplies. So we couldn't share our supplies like we usually do when we're working on art projects. So the Education Foundation grant money was used to purchase more supplies, individual art kits, to provide individual art kits to our students so that we could use a variety of mediums and use lots of different materials instead of just paper and pencil. So one of the things that we have done this year is to use these cubbies for each individual student. They have their own little basket that contains their supplies. They have non-consumable supplies that were provided so everyone would have their own, like scissors. And they also had consumable supplies like glue sticks, markers, Sharpies, pencils, that sort of thing. And what I would do each project would be to fill up these baskets with what they would need to use for that project. And then they could all keep all of their papers and art projects separated here in the cubbies. We did some really cool stuff this year. One of the things that Education Foundation supplied was these individual watercolor trays. Each student would have their own housing, their own case for their watercolor trays, and the Education Foundation money purchased these inserts, refills type watercolors, and I would pop them in their trays so every student had their own set of paintbrushes to use for their class.
Hi, my name is Julia Simon. I'm a first grade teacher at Amherst Elementary, and I use the Amherst Education Foundation mini grant to purchase these lap desks for my students. We take them outside to do our reading work, and we use them in the classroom for our schoolwork. Thank you so much for giving me the money to purchase these. I'm really thankful for it.
Lots of STEM materials to work on in centers while they're in the library. It allows them to use their creativity. Hello, my name is Sandy Jennings-Neblett. I'm the Library Media Specialist at Amherst Elementary School. I'd like to thank the Education Foundation for providing our students with lots of STEM materials to work on in centers while they're in the library. It allows them to use their creativity and their innovation skills, as well as cooperation, to help build their own designs and use their own ideas to create things that they want to see.
some McDonald's. Chicken McNuggets only. Who's going to Salem tomorrow? Raise your hand. Who's going to Salem tomorrow? Raise your hand. He will.
Nobody delivered?
Nobody delivered.
You probably haven't even had one.
Free coffee. Get free coffee at McDonald's if you're better. You better get over there quick. Free
I make a motion to certify.
Second.
Ms. Sligan?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Ms. Byrd?
Yes.
Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
And now we have a motion to,
I make a motion that we approve the personnel report.
Second.
all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No. Okay, you have another motion on the floor?
I make a motion that we approve the religious exemptions presented to us by the superintendent.
Any second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Have a vote of adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Be safe. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Can't say that. Now, we won't see each other this week.